2, 3. And let's get the Aaron and Brock Purdy out the way. Boom. And we in here on this Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th.
What's good, baby? Bringing early 2000 style back with the extra baggy look.
You in right now. That's 2023 look.
I put this on. I was like, hey, come on, man. Like,
you in right
regular
now.
size. Like, what are we doing? That's how they're making stuff now. And it's like, man, I'm not all in on this. I ain't gonna resell it, but I ain't all in on this.
That's the move. I bet you Malik Monk will wear that.
Oh yeah, Malik. Yeah, I bet he would.
You guys know the vibes, man. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. You know the vibes. You know what time it is around here. You know what it is. You know what day of the week it is, man. It's 49er Friday. Playoffs are here. Red end zones. Stop playing with me.
It's just like he's just yelling at me. There's literally no one else in the room. He's talking to y'all, but it feels like he's yelling at me. It's gonna be a long 4 hours, guys.
You know the damn vibes.
I gotta say the red end zones are fire though.
Ooh, why they go to red end zones in there and get crazy? It just hypes you up, man. It just hypes you up. Where am I at? There we go.
Appreciate y'all being here. We're about to ready to get started. Fred, Jay, Redacted, Soren, SM, Chiron, Steven. Low key. Will Z in here. We'll see what. Let's go, baby. It's Friday the 13th. This might be the last word I get in the entire show.
Let's go.
We appreciate you so much for being with us. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And Super Wild Card Weekend is here. The 49ers and Seahawks get things underway tomorrow. We got games coming up Saturday, Sunday. We got a game on Monday night. We'll talk about all of them. And, of course, we've got the Sacramento Kings back in action once again tonight at the Golden One Center, taking on the Houston Rockets for the second time in the last 3 days. Will Z will be with us in about 20 minutes to preview that game by the numbers. Plus, we'll talk with our normal Friday lineup. Trysta Krick will be here.
Yeah.
Talk about her time in Sacramento and her experience at the Kings game over the weekend.
At the G1C.
Talk with Kyle Madson. Immediately following that, or perhaps at the same time. You never really know. And James Ham will be here. And the truth is, James Ham may very well show up at like 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
So that's kind of it's them Friday vibes, baby. It's them Friday vibes. We hear Kenny already yelling at nobody in particular.
Come on, man.
I'm the only person in the room, I'm going to take it as disrespect. So he's been
man,
screaming
you know
at
the
me
vibes,
for the
man.
last 5 minutes.
You know the vibes, man. 49er Friday. Wild Card Weekend. NFL playoffs. Come on, man. Come on. Red end zones. Come on. Let's go. I ain't playing, man. I ain't playing. I had my one little moment of doubt, for about 5 minutes yesterday. I'm done with all that. I did my homework. I was listening to the streets of Seattle. Them boys ain't ready. Them boys ain't ready. They know what time it is. They know what time. They out here wishing on a hope and a prayer, and we ain't giving neither.
So that's the kind of day it's going to be. That right there. Again, 49ers take on the Seahawks tomorrow. We will talk a ton.
And I got some for Damien. I got some for Dame.
Yeah. Okay. So
I got some for Dame.
I'm just going to be completely transparent, as we always are. I don't like this. I really don't like it at all.
You got to learn to trust me.
It's not about trusting you. So Kenny says, yo, we got something at 1. It's like, cool. What? Oh, trust me. The hell does that mean?
First of all, what do you think?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
You think I'm having a Sacco? This is your life? Like, no, it's a radio show.
Be impressive.
Like, it's going to be a guest that has something to do with the radio show.
Gerbil the clown here? I don't know.
What do you think's going to happen?
I have no idea. It says special guest. Cool. Maybe I should prepare for this special guest. No,
you'll be fine. I look, the other day I told you about a certain situation that was like this small. And I was like, you probably didn't watch it. I'm going to mention it. Let me hip you to the game. I would not leave you out there to look crazy. Okay. All right. Like it was like this small of a situation. I was like, hey, I'm going to mention it for 2 seconds. I just don't want to leave you out there.
Miss P says Chris Haynes is back. I guess that's all it could be. So whatever that is, we'll all find out together, and that's a shoot. We are all like Jim Ross on the first draft. Like he just found out he's working on Tuesdays instead of Mondays. We'll all find out together.
First draft.
Jim Ross got drafted to SmackDown and almost quit.
He didn't know that at all.
No, he was pissed. You could see it in his face. He was pissed, and then he wrote this big, long article. Maybe my career is coming to an end. And I think Vince McMahon pulled him aside and said, remember how much money you make, pal. Oh, I can't wait to work on Tuesdays.
Good old JR.
Can he treat me like Jim Ross in Oklahoma? Damn shame.
Like I said, hey,
to join
there was
Vince McMahon Kiss My Ass Club.
There was something earlier in the week that maybe 50 people watched. And I know you didn't watch it. And I said, hey, I'm about to talk about this for like 5 seconds. I want to give you a heads up. Like, this is what happened. That would, if I wouldn't leave you hanging for that, why would I leave you in no man's land for this? Come on, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
I'm not in no man's land. I'm in parts unknown.
It's going to be 50 Cent, huh?
That's funny. That's funny. Kings take on Houston again tonight. Kings moved half a game behind Dallas last night for the 4th spot after Dallas beat the Lakers. Those are tough games because I don't know who to root for. Do you root for the team that's like behind and you just want to get them a little bit further away?
Yeah.
Or do you root for, the positioning and you just know you're going to fight it out for a while?
Yeah,
because I'm watching the standings every night.
Absolutely. Watching the standings.
We're going to drive ourselves nuts for the next 40 games.
Standings and the scoreboard. Every game matters.
Mm-hmm.
Every game matters. Look, I'm be honest with you. You can play the drop if you want to. I was torn last night. I didn't know where I wanted to go.
Oh, this one. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, but that's fair.
But it's also fair because those are probably the 2 teams along with the Boston Celtics. So 2 of the 3 teams that I hate the most in the NBA. You know this. You know I hate the Mavericks.
I know you do.
I hate the Mavericks. So, and then Mark Cuban was there with that stupid shirt on, MFFL. Who cares if you're a Mavericks fan for life? I don't give a damn. I always hated that stupid little hashtag. So I wasn't sure which way I wanted
Could
to
absolutely
go.
Stand for something else. Like that's a risky.
You got to be careful.
That's a risky idea.
Especially if you're Mark Cuban. And the way you run things,
right?
This settle down. Just say go Mavs and call it
just keep it moving.
So yeah, man, I was torn. I didn't know. I didn't know where.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
At the end of the day, you play the sound if you want to. At the end of the day, I don't believe the Lakers will make a real run, and the Mavericks were right there. So I wanted to push the Mavericks back down a little bit.
No, I'm okay with that. I actually think I was the opposite way. I wanted the Lakers to fall a little bit further back because I still have that tinge of doubt about what's going to happen when Anthony Davis comes back. The first question when Anthony Davis comes back is how long is Anthony Davis back? And that's it's just the reality of Anthony Davis's career. The thought that if he's coming back with, they're past the 40-game mark now. So say there's 38 games left when he returns, 37 games left when I don't think he's playing 37 games. The question is it load management? Does he get hurt again? Is it an aggravation? Like what do they ultimately do? So that kind of still sits in my brain a little bit. Portland and Cleveland was easy to choose from.
Oh yeah, easy work.
Cavs for life.
Shout out Io.
Yeah.
Shout out House Party. You know what I mean? Like that was easy
on
work.
KC gear.
Absolutely. Yeah. Shout out. Yeah, that was easy work. So at the end of the day, I'm not crying for them, Argentina. Lakers lost. So what? I don't give a damn. Keep losing. I don't care. I think the Lakers are gonna still, they got a little bit of a run in them. I do believe that. But there was two things, and we can get into it later more in depth if you want. But are they going to wear down LeBron James? Because he had numbers last night, but I didn't like the way he was moving last night. He was looking a little tired. I'm not going to call him old, but just he wasn't the same last night. I don't know he felt like he didn't even take a shot for, the whole fourth quarter and most of overtime. So I don't know, man. And the other thing, I want to put something to rest. James will get in here. My partner on J Street Vibes, Jason Jones, the professor. He's J Street Vibes. He comes here on Tuesday. I want to dead all that noise of, well, look at the West. If you have a bad week, you could go from 5 to 11. No, you can't. Okay? No, it's not happening. You mentioned it, I think, a week ago. The Kings already had the bad week, and they didn't even fall out of the top 6.
Yeah, they didn't move.
Like, we need to dead all that noise. There is separation happening between the two. I keep saying, I'm looking at the loss column.
Yeah.
The Lakers are 5 games back. There's always a combination of, will the Kings fall completely off the face of the earth, and
which they have not done one time in the first half of the season.
100%. And the combination of that and the Lakers or the Blazers or the Jazz winning like 6 in a row. Like, that's probably not going to happen.
Well, and those things have happened. The 5 wins in a row, 6 wins in a row, 7 wins in a row. They've never coincided with, it seems like multiple teams have done it, right? Multiple teams would do it at the same time. So you wouldn't see a lot of movement in the standings. Really, the two biggest shifts that I think we've seen on the season, Phoenix dropped. Actually, it was 3 shifts. Utah has dropped back, and Portland was a little higher to start the season.
Portland on life support.
They, Dame went for 50 last night, and they lost. And I don't know what that's indicative of, if it's just the makeup of the team, if it's a team still trying to figure things out. But it's the frustration of the Lakers game for the Kings. You had that night from De'Aaron and Domas, and it went to waste. You wasted a 50-point night from Dame. Like, you couldn't get. And what was it? It was like was it 116, 114? Like, and that's a decent score, but it wasn't. It wasn't like it was 135 to, was 136 to 134. It wasn't that.
Right.
Like, you couldn't get like a little bit from somebody to get them over the top.
Between Nurkic, Anthony, and Jeremy, you couldn't get a little something.
Yeah. So like those more than just losses, periodic losses through the season, those types of losses for Portland are the ones that I look at and go, man, you got Dame there, and you can't.
I think they on life support, man. I really do.
They're out of the combo right now, right?
Yeah.
They're 19 and 22. They're in the 11th spot.
So I think over the weekend I heard it correctly. Where would you lie for this one? I think it's a Mavs Blazers back-to-back this weekend. Do you want to just damn near put the Blazers in the dirt?
Let the Mavs win them both. Yeah, I let the Mavs win them both.
The Blazers in the dirt.
Yeah, I take that. I take the Mavs winning them both.
Even
I know you don't like it.
I can't stand
but think
the
about
Mavs.
it. Like, think about it. So that's coming. Is that the next 2 games?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So you've got Houston and San Antonio. The Mavs win 2, push Portland back. Kings win 2, they're half a game back. They're still right in the same. They're right in the same exact spot.
You thinking?
So I'll take that for Portland to drop a few, because like you said, you've been preaching this for a week and a half now, 2 weeks. can't make up the loss column.
Mm-hmm.
The loss column is what it is. For some reason, the Kings have seemingly played less games than everybody on the planet.
Kings are going to play 60 games.
I guess so. I guess the Kings are still in the COVID year, but everyone else, I guess everyone else is playing a full slate. So, but at some point, this will all even out. It's just not even right now.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, you can't make up the loss column. So add to it.
Yeah.
Add to that loss column.
You sold me. I'm not going to say go Mavs, but
say
you
it.
sold me.
Say it.
Hell no.
Say go Luka. You say, come on, man. Come on, say. I'm not going to commercial.
I was so mad last night when the Lakers were playing that stupid defense. Schroeder's like 4 feet tall. He gonna shoot right over the top, and you got to double get the ball out of his hand.
Why did Russ body check him and fall? Like Russ,
he did it twice.
Like, what are you doing?
What about the one under the basket?
Oh, the one under the basket was funny. The one under the basket didn't get to play because the little scuffle didn't start afterwards. But the one under the basket's funny.
Russ runs directly into him and then
falls. Like Russ, come on, man. We'll come back.
Russ had a good game last night. 28 points.
He did. Yeah, he did. Wasn't enough though. Dallas gets the win. Will Z always gets the win. He'll preview the second game against the Houston Rockets tonight when he joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader. We're just getting started. It's Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320.
This happens to me often. I need to get this gum out of my mouth. Pause.
Okay, Cuban show. I guess that's what it was, man. That was funny. Like, man, what are you doing? Yeah, I know. That boy good, though. He good. And he is frustrating to watch sometimes, though. I'll give you that.
Oh, boy. You know, sometimes I hate wrestling. I really do. I went outside just now.
Mm-hmm.
I was, spitting my gum out or whatever.
Did you want to swat it?
I always want to swat it. I make sure I don't in confined places. But, it's 3 of our co-workers out there, all ladies. And instead of saying hi to each and every one of them, I said, hello, ladies.
Oh, jeez. Oh, geez.
And in my head, I was like, come on, man. You can't be. Why? Why can't I? I didn't say it like Val Venus, but I said, hello, ladies. And
hello, ladies. The big Valvoski is coming to the WWF.
Bro, I know you know this. I saw a promo for him the other day. He was getting top in the car.
Oh, yeah.
In the car.
Mm-hmm.
He's cutting the promo. Girl comes up out of his lap, goes back down. He makes all these faces and sounds. I'm like,
yeah.
What's going on?
I mean, I think his first one, like he was in bed with Jenna Jameson.
Yeah, the promos before he even debuts, like those are wild.
And I think the great story behind that one is Vince McMahon didn't know who she was. He was like, who the hell is that?
I'm surprised he didn't know who she was.
That's Jenna Jameson. She's biggest porn star in the industry.
Damn.
I love it. All right.
Damn.
Yeah, those early promos are.
And I was
WWE gets bought by Disney. Val Venus is going to be erased from history.
Gone. Val Venus, the Godfather.
Better hope Apple TV buys this or something.
Man, and there I was going back to the hallways of McClatchy High School talking about
train.
Talking about hello, ladies. Boy, I tell you, man.
I'm convinced they got away with a bunch of that stuff because Vince didn't know what it was. Roll up a fatty for this pimp daddy. I love it. It's brilliant.
That's what I'm talking about, pal.
I can't believe my mom let me watch WWF growing up. Dude, but that's one of the great things about the Attitude Era for like me and Kenny though, and people our age is if you started watching wrestling, like I started watching wrestling, like I was legit like 4 years old, right? Hulkamania, WrestleMania 1, Mr. T, the whole thing.
Absolutely.
It was catered to me until I was like 22 years old. Wrestling was specifically like, this is for you. Hulk Hogan and the junkyard dog and all of that stuff. And then as I get a little bit older, it's like, oh, there's Bret Hart. Oh, the Heartbreak Kid. Okay, yeah, I'm with this. Then you get 17, 18, Stone Cold Steve Austin comes around, and then there's The Rock, and it's like, oh, this is dope. And now Sonny's out there, Sable's out there. They're having evening gown matches and that's what they were. They always convince Jackie to be the one to do it. Jackie, we got an idea. How would you feel if we just cool, go ahead.
In an indirect way for guys our age, it grew up with us.
Yeah, right. And it wasn't until like the Cena stuff where it became like, oh, this is cool. It's still good. And then it like started like, okay, this is starting to gear towards a little bit of a different audience.
Yeah.
And still enjoyable, but for so long it was for me.
I'm not sure who it's for. I
I
guess it's Reese with a twinge of us, but
I have no idea who it's for anymore.
It ain't for teenagers.
It's not for teenagers. No.
It's like for kids and grown-ups only. Like
it's for diehard fans.
Yeah, like nostalgic grown-ups.
Yeah. What's up, Will?
What's up, guys? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, man.
How are you?
Nice hoodie.
Looking good.
Yeah, I'm good. Hanging in.
Yeah.
The rain's starting to come down.
Have we not referenced Al Snow yet?
Oh my gosh.
What does everybody want? Yeah, wild times, man.
I wasn't a fan of Al Snow, by the way.
Al Snow was one of those ECW things that if it didn't mean anything. It meant something to like Philadelphia.
Right, I'm on the West Coast, man.
Yeah, I don't care.
It's not my bag.
ECW is the most overrated thing in wrestling.
I agree.
What do you think, Will? What did
I don't know much about wrestling, except for what I've learned from listening to you two.
There you go. Oh man, let's see. Can Will Z do some WWF stats before WrestleMania?
Sasha Banks never won at a WrestleMania. Ain't that the stat? She never won at WrestleMania?
I think until last year.
She won last year?
I think so. Oh, look it up. Hang on.
Damien Z.
live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can watch us in high definition on Facebook Live, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, make sure you hit the thumbs up, the like buttons, the follow buttons, all of that stuff, because we got our man Will Z here with us, the official ESPN 1320 statistician. He wrote an article, as he does each and every game day, previewing tonight's game, Kings Rockets Part 2. Will, what stood out to you most, numbers wise? What stood out to you most from the game on Wednesday?
Other than the fourth quarter, which we can talk about in a little, to me it was the dunks for the Rockets. So the Rockets are leading the league with 6.1 dunks per night. So 6.1, most any teams having a night. They had 10 on Wednesday. So just a ton, and those are like the easiest looks you can get. So for me, that's kind of what stood out. And looking into it a little more in terms of why that was such a huge impact. So the Rockets shot 18 of 30 in the restricted area. 10 of those are dunks. So you take those 10 out, and they went 8 of 20. That's 40%. So that's really bad in the restricted area for a percentage. So to me, it's if the Kings can, I mean, they won while still allowing those dunks, but if they can just change those to layups, then that's a huge stat change already just by that little adjustment.
Hey, Will, what'd you think about like the strategy, at least the perceived strategy, this is what it seemed like, to kind of let the Rockets shoot the ball from beyond the arc, almost like a pack line defense a little bit. And the Rockets were making shots. The one things I liked about that is if that's their strategy, that's what they believed, they never seem to overreact to a couple shots going in. Did you kind of see the same thing with that game, that they were giving them the threes and they were going to trust the numbers in a sense that even though they were hitting early, that was going to fade off at some point that night?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that for a team where they're not good at shooting, just like you said, you can't overreact when they start making a few, um, where you change your game plan and everything. In the second half, looking at the numbers, they went 9 of 18. But if you look at just the fourth quarter, they were 3 of 9. So they cooled off eventually. The Kings picked up their defense, but it wasn't sustainable for the Rockets. And I think that is kind of a good game plan, especially around Jalen Green. He was 3 of 12. That's a lot of shots, a lot of 3-point attempts. And if he wants to put up 12 again tonight, I'm fine with that, really.
There's been a lot of discussion about whether Wednesday's game was like good for the Kings or like a little frustrating, given the fact that they, it was a bad team. The Houston Rockets went into the fourth quarter with the lead, and obviously the Kings pulled away. You wind up winning by 20, and man, it got to 20 quick. Like I didn't even realize that they were up by 20 until I went to make the graphic. I was like, yo, this team won by 20. Like that escalated quickly.
Yeah.
Did the Kings play well Wednesday?
I think they played fine they played fine for 3 quarters and then played extremely well in the fourth quarter. So, if you average that out, they played an above average game probably. I think I said on Wednesday they'd have to play very poorly both on offense and defense to lose. I don't think they did that at all. I think they were they were good on offense all game. They were average on defense until the fourth, but it's just that weird. Yes, they won by a lot, but it doesn't feel like they won by a lot. But I also caught myself in the first 3 quarters not being worried at all. Like, did you guys think they were going to lose it all on Wednesday?
I thought there was a possibility.
I
really did.
I felt as I thought they were going to turn it on, not to the degree in which they did. I thought they were going to win. When they went down one, I was like, all right, this is stupid. Like put them away.
I think
I didn't think this was Charlotte.
I think Houston tied it up in the fourth quarter, maybe 8-9 minutes to go. I was like, come on, man. That's a little bit of doubt crept in. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was like, really? Because I think the Kings had maybe, it wasn't a big run, but maybe got it to 4 or 5. It was like, all right, let's go. And then they let it be tied up again. I was like, oh my gosh. But I had a little bit of doubt.
Yeah.
It was a frustrating game, I guess. It was a frustrating 3 quarters. It was a tremendous fourth quarter.
Tremendous.
Anything we need to watch tonight? Like what do you think Houston, saw, or what numbers of Houston is Houston using to, hey guys, one more quarter, guys. We played well enough for 3 quarters. What are they going to hang their hat on headed into tonight's game?
Yeah, I think I saw Steven Silas say something about defense and closing out games. So I wouldn't be surprised if they turned up their defensive pressure a little bit. And tried to limit the Kings on offense. So the Kings, just checking to see how they did from 3, 19 of 48, 39.6%. So I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to shut down the Kings a little bit more from beyond the arc. But, easier said than done.
Yeah. I don't think they have any answers for this year, right now, for what the Kings want to do. They can have those wants of trying to shut them down a little bit. I don't think they have the personnel. They don't have the defenders to be able to do that. I think the Rockets' best chance at beating the Kings is number one if the Kings are off from 3, and they'd have to score with them. That's what the Rockets can do, is they can score. And like I've been talking about for the 2 days, if you want to get into a scoring match with the Kings, that's not the way to beat them.
Yeah,
that's not the way to beat them. Like we're gonna
go shot for shot with the Kings tonight.
That ain't it. So anything could happen, obviously, but I don't think this.
Some teams probably could, though. Houston cannot.
Like,
I think we went over those numbers Wednesday. Like that's not what this team does.
No. They one of the worst shooting teams from the field from 3. They're not a good free throw shooting team. We saw that on Wednesday as well. They don't have the offensive firepower. So it'll take the Kings really being off or the Kings being really lax on defense, which hopefully we don't have to wait until the fourth quarter to see. One thing that I did find for in terms of kind of adjustments, this kind of a weird the back-to-back situation. So I tweeted this out just before the show started. The Kings, the first time when they face an opponent, are 13-12. When they face opponents for a second time, they're 8-4. So they are kind of winning that rematch battle, which is really great to see and kind of something that caught my eye coming into tonight.
Well, they did beat Denver the second time.
They did.
I won.
Yeah.
It's
Now
a win.
the funny thing about that is because I think Keegan talked about it yesterday as well. He's like, yeah, we were in the back-to-back situation, and we played well and won the second game. And I was like, not so fast, my friend. They were down like 20, and only 3 guys scored in double figures.
Really?
Yeah, that was Malik's 33.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was Malik's 33.
So it's still to be determined, but I like Will Z's numbers. That make me feel a little better.
Question for you guys: can you figure out they've only lost 2 games in a row to 2 teams? Can you figure out who?
The
Golden
Warriors.
State.
Yep.
Atlanta.
Yep.
That's phenomenal knowledge by you.
I'm going home. That's my win for the day.
Happy Friday. I thought it was impressive because I mean, you don't want to lose multiple games in a row to multiple teams, and adjustments are huge in the NBA. So I like that.
Good stuff. We appreciate you, Will. Get back to work, man. Have a great weekend, and I'm sure we'll be checking in with you throughout the day.
I appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
It's man, Will Z right there. One of the best in the game. Hopefully you're following Will Z already on social media. If you want more from him, you can check out his amazing work over at ESPN 1320's website. Diana Rossini. Sean McVay informed members of the Rams organization that he will be staying as the head coach.
That's a mistake.
Yeah, Sean, you should leave. Get the hell away from this team now.
That's a mistake.
This team is...
Well, whatever. He can stay around. We kick his ass all the time anyway. Sure, stay. Stay.
All right. It's not what I want. Sean McVay's going to Amazon.
And yeah, go ahead and stay. That leaves one less job for somebody to come in that division and take care of. I think they're going to try and make one less.
It's not Sean. Like that team, it doesn't matter who you have coach that team.
No,
that team's a long way from.
I mean, Sean McVay is fine, but I'm thinking like one of the things with Arizona, like, Sean Payton. You know what I mean? That's what if Sean Payton looked at LA as like a better situation. You know,
I don't think it is.
They're gonna try one more time.
Like we don't think you think so? With Aaron Donald and
guys.
Well, I guess Aaron Donald has like the choice. Okay, do I want to retire or make $40 million next year?
Yeah.
I'll go make $40 million because he has. We talk about the Cleveland quarterback's contract. Aaron Donald's contract's even better. It's just, do I want to play? No. Okay, I'm out. Do I want to play? Sure, I'm in. Cool. $40 million.
Right.
He has full control over everything.
Yeah.
And good for him. It's a great contract. Matt Stafford under center.
Matt Stafford under center, or you got Baker.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So
I mean, Baker is a free agent? Question mark this year.
I hope that.
I think Baker's a free agent.
I hope Baker stays on the Rams. I hope he plays.
Don't do that to Baker. Leave Baker alone. What did Baker Mayfield do to you? He planted the flag at Ohio State. I thought you would love him.
I'm not really like Oklahoma fan.
Oh yeah, no, Oklahoma.
Yeah, no. And Baker was out there just being a jerk.
No, he was.
Yeah,
he did a good job with Los Angeles, though.
Did he?
No, he did a fine job with Los Angeles. He did an okay. He did a passable job with Los Angeles.
As I look right now, looks like the Rams. This is exactly how it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, they are $11 million over the cap going into next year.
Oh, the NFL will erase that.
That's true. That's true.
Like you'll check in 2 weeks and it'll be so somehow they lost $6.5 million. Somehow they're only $4 million now.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Why do they have $20 million available? How did this happen? How did they just sign?
How'd they get in the first round?
Right.
How did they get
the number one pick?
Always making that happen. I'm on Spot Track, and they're just breaking down them a little bit, and they talk about bubble candidate for guys that may have to move on. Jalen Ramsey's on there, and I guess if they trade him early, that will leave $19.6 million of dead cap on their table, freeing up $5.6 million of space.
You said 5.6?
Yeah. I don't think they'll make that move. I think Sean McVay's coming back because they're going to hold on to
back.
To what they do have, they're going to hold on to it.
Okay. Maybe he found out Kirk Herbstreit had a 2-year deal. Fine. Good. Kirk's a great analyst.
Kirk's a great analyst. You know, dude, I know that does more stuff than me.
Even Al Michaels does more stuff than who?
Me.
Even Al Michaels doesn't like Thursday night football.
No. Al is.
No. Al compared it to selling I think a 20-year-old Mazda. I think it was something like that.
They got some sorry games this year. Man.
Yeah, it was bad.
They got
and Al was very vocal about it. I think he said, and they had a clip on Awful announcing. He said, "This game, is it possible that this game is so awful it's actually good?" And Herbstreit goes, "Yeah, I'm not there yet, Al." So you have the very highly paid announce team trashing the games that are on your network.
Part of me, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm off Al Michaels right now. But part of me was, all right, relax, Al. Relax. Like you took the bag.
Yeah, part of me is like, sit through it, and I hope the NFL gives you trashier games next year.
Yeah, it's like, settle down, Al Michaels. You could have stayed at NBC and had Sunday Night Football. You took the bag, went to Amazon.
I hope you get the Titans season pass next year as your schedule. That's what I hope. That way, I never
AFC South every Thursday night.
I never once have to open that stupid Amazon Prime app on my television. Though I did watch Jack Ryan on it. Jack Ryan's very good.
What's Jack Ryan?
It's I don't want to do this to him. John Krasinski, Jim on The Office.
Oh, okay. Is he the balding guy? Is that Jim? Kind of overweight?
No.
Which one is that?
No, Jim and Pam. Jim, like the central storyline of
I remember
Larry Bird.
Name. Yeah, I don't remember his name.
Larry Bird. Yeah, that's Jim. But it's like a CIA show. It's not a comedy show. It's very, very good. That's all Amazon Prime on my television is good for. It's good for nothing else. Well, and it sure as hell ain't good for money.
They got Coach Prime. You got Coach Prime.
I keep meaning to check that out. And
Coach Prime. It's not bad. I only seen one episode, but it's cool. I'm gonna go back.
Do you think he put that show on Amazon for the obvious reason?
Yeah.
Like Hulu may have offered more, Netflix may have offered more, and Dion was just like, no, it's got to go on it. It's got to go on Prime.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's
Prime on Prime.
Kevin Huerter was getting some conditioning in. Unclear if he's going to play tonight. Seems like he's still questionable with that non-COVID related illness that he had. Again, he was at shoot around today. As confirmed by our 1320 Kings insider James Ham.
I don't mean to switch it up again. Can I get a little breaking glass?
Fine.
Just a little breaking glass.
Oh, a little breaking.
I think this is breaking glass. I haven't seen it. So.
All I have is breaking glass. It's not necessarily little. Yeah, that's just kind of breaking glass.
Lamar Jackson officially ruled out.
That's not breaking glass.
Well, the tweet just came up. So.
Well, he wasn't when Lamar tweeted yesterday, it was clear he wasn't playing. Yeah. Like he literally said, "Good luck to my guys."
Good luck. Yeah.
Well, speaking of good luck to did you see what Derek Carr did?
Oh yeah. The gifts?
Yeah. For Devontae Adams, who played with him one season. Like, how would you feel if you were an offensive lineman blocking for his ass for the last 7 years and you see Max Crosby and Devontae Adams get these iced out pendants?
Well, the joke might be you weren't blocking me for these.
Well, that could be Derek Carr telling his offensive line he can go to hell, straight to hell.
And the thing that came to my mind first was, how are you going to get that pendant and not have an accompanying chain? Do you know that they have a chain that goes with that? Or are you going to make them buy a chain that goes with the pendant?
I'd be foul.
You got to get them both.
Maybe
unless you know they have a chain that goes
maybe
with
the
that.
chain was in a separate box. Maybe it was actually
Possibly.
2 gifts.
Possibly.
I
And then now I mean, I haven't
I
seen.
still
I
can't
don't
get
know-
over Devontae Adams got one, and they played together one year. I know that they're crew and
Yeah.
all of that, but you could have bought him one last year. What would it matter?
And then do you know that they even wear jewelry like that?
I
What-
would think he knows.
I would hope
he's
so.
in the locker room with him.
I would hope so. He didn't give him a chain. they may wear gold.
Well, maybe they opened it and were like, "Yo, is this a keychain? What am I supposed to do with this?
It's a keychain.
Like, what do I do with this?" I don't know. We'll have our Raiders insiders dig into it a little bit more to see if there was an accompanying chain with Derek Carr's gift. Any more breaking news you want to hit?
Not right now. Not that I say. I mean, it says the Giants have no players with injury designations.
Lamar Jackson has no business being on the field.
Do you really think he's not going to be with the Ravens next year?
No, I do.
You think he's going to be with the
Yeah,
Ravens?
they're in too much control. I don't want him to be.
Right.
I don't want him to be with the Ravens because I feel like they've dropped the ball on this. But this isn't new. I don't want to speak out of turn. Didn't Dak do this? Didn't Dak get franchised?
Mm-hmm.
Just play
Mm-hmm.
and
And he got hurt. Remember? That's when he broke his ankle. And we thought he missed out on all his money.
huh? Oh yeah, because the team stunk when he was away.
Yeah.
So they gave him the
Yeah.
they gave him the money. Obviously Kirk did it. Kirk got franchised twice.
I think we looked at this before, but he's
Kirk Cousins,
$200 million man.
Kirk Cousins had, I don't remember what his last deal was, but Kirk Cousins had 5. Everyone talks about Deshaun. It's different, but still, Kirk Cousins had 5 straight years of guaranteed money because he signed the 3-year guaranteed contract with Minnesota after the 2 franchise tags, which were fully guaranteed. It was 5 years straight that he made a fully guaranteed salary.
And didn't he just get a deal?
Didn't he sign what was in the last offseason?
Yeah. Damn. Kirk Cousins actually, he's not a bad
quarterback at all.
No.
But it all comes down to Sunday. Like that's Kirk.
Sunday.
Isn't that Kirk's thing? He can't win a primetime game.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they want the Vikings to win, which
a primetime game. He's won one playoff game. It was a big one. He went to the Superdome won one.
Was that the crazy?
It wasn't. No, that was Case Keenum. That was in Minnesota.
Okay.
Kirk went in 2019 went into the Superdome wildcard weekend and beat the Saints, and then they played the Niners and lost at Levi's.
Okay.
Crazy stat.
I remember that Saints one.
Crazy stat.
Okay.
Niners have not lost a wild card or divisional game since 2011.
Okay.
They're perfect 7-0.
I was going to say, how many times have they played?
7-0. They haven't lost a wild card game since 2001. And they've never lost a home wild card game. None of this matters on Saturday, but this is just,
Why doesn't it matter on Saturday? It's a wild card game.
Yeah, well, these guys ain't got nothing to do with it.
Well, no, but the
that's
stats applicable. Yeah, the stats applicable to this
That's
weekend.
what I mean by that.
Yeah.
But they're 5-2 overall in wild card games. Never lost at home. They lost in 2001, and before that, they hadn't lost since like 87 in the wild card round.
Okay. Well, those are little
numbers
notes.
are on their side.
Little notes to put in their back pocket. Mother Nature is not, though.
Not ish.
What's it look like? Hopefully, it doesn't look like whatever it looked from like 10 to 10:05. It was nuts outside out here.
It's crazy. What I'm hearing is it's going to rain heavy before the game. It's going to rain heavy after the game. There may be a window.
Mother Nature's a 49ers fan.
Maybe so.
Okay.
So it'll be windy the whole time, but as far as like hard rain, it may take a break during the game.
Okay. We'll come back. We'll talk more about Super Wild Card Weekend. We'll talk more about the Kings as well. Trysta Krick coming up a little bit over an hour from now. Kyle Madson, James Ham, all scheduled for the day. It's D'Lo and KC.
And D'Lo, this is your life coming up next.
Today's the day your dream comes true. I get in the pickup truck and go home. It's Kenny and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
The best part is we have no clue what's going on when Kenny does this.
No clue.
Once again, have I ever steered you guys wrong with a surprise? Not once. Not damn once. Now this is going to be something that is really going to be an undersell. Like, it's not that big of a deal. You guys are going to be like, oh, okay. It's not that big of a deal. You guys' impatience.
No, it's not impatience. It's D'Lo and KC.
If I would have,
I'm the D'Lo.
So let me ask you this. If I would have told you about Chris Haynes, what was better? You not knowing it was coming on, or if I would have told
it would have been great no matter what. The only difference is I could have prepared. I was just kind of like stunned. Like, I actually, looking back on it, truth be told, it was fun. And like, everybody's in on it, right? Like, they get it. Listening back on it now, further away, I think I sound stupid. I'm like, Chris in Elk Grove.
Absolutely not.
Like, Chris Haynes is one of the biggest reporters in the game. And I'm like, Chris in Elk Grove. And then, but again, in the moment, in the bit, like, yeah, it was great.
But that's part of the show. Like, if we had no relationship or there was no bit, I wouldn't have done that. But that played into the storyline of Chris
it was
never
good.
comes in.
It was fine. But after the initial point, it's like, all right, you better like try to come up with something. Like, I'm working trying to come up with something to make sure that's fucking Chris Haynes. We want to make sure we get something good out of that. I think we did.
Yeah, I thought we did too.
It was one of the biggest pops in show history. Deuce bars and
Deuce bars
and Chris Haynes running.
The run-in.
Imagine if we landed Ricky Starks that one time, dude.
Oh man, that would have been crazy. That would have been nuts.
That would have been tough because I wouldn't have known what the hell to say to that guy.
That would have been nuts.
Other than, hey, stay out your mentions, bro, because
stay out your mentions.
Stay out your mentions. Stone Cold Steve Austin is serving lunches.
Where?
I don't know. I don't know what. He's working a drive-through. That's tremendous. I can't tell where he's at though. That's funny.
That iconic voice, man. That's hilarious.
That's funny. Did you see the Rihanna trailer
No.
for the Super Bowl?
I didn't. I gotta try and schedule a time to watch that the fashion show. It's always a highlight of my year.
I don't own any of that stuff.
No, I don't either. I would get some, like I would, like, you know, obviously the guy stuff. I would get some, but I haven't.
It looks dope. Like I get served those ads all the time. Like, oh, that's kind of hot.
Yeah. I hadn't even thought about like getting one.
Is it Zayn and Owens on SmackDown tonight?
Oh, is it? Wow.
I think so.
I always ask this like once a week. How far are we from? Oh, wait a minute. Hey, it's all the way turned up now. Let's go. It's all the way turned up. Playoff. It's Niners playoff week. Let's go, baby. We all the way turned up out here, baby. Let's go. Let's go, goddammit.
You couldn't tell me Butcher Boy was coming?
No, because then you would have, because the whole plot was I would have left and would have known you two. I'm out of here. You two go ahead and talk.
Why is that?
Oh, wow. Oh man. I'm all right. Hang on, Butch.
Hey, D-Lo, this is your life. You are here on a 49er Friday on Wild Card Weekend with the 49ers looking to smack around them sorry 12s. And you locked in with your man KC. But we got my main man, the butcher boy, Joe Shasky, the Morning Roast. Let's go. We about to turn this thing up. We about to turn this thing up, Damien. Let's go.
This is why Kenny didn't tell me, because I just could have left and let y'all. Butch, Kenny been yelling at me since like 11:50 about this game. I ain't even do nothing. I'm just here. I'm a broadcast journalist just trying to earn $1. And he comes in. We're getting ready to start the show. And then all of a sudden, Butch's voice gets really good. I'm ready for this game. And he starts clapping and yelling. And I'm like, hey, I'm on your team.
We ain't playing, man. Joe, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. You know, during the week, I was pretty mild. Sometime yesterday afternoon, I started getting turned up. And I want this one bad. I want this one bad. I want to backhand the hell out of Pete Carroll and those Seahawks. I want this one bad, Joe. What's going on, man?
Oh, what's up, boys? I got a brand new sweatshirt. It's like bedazzled and jeweled over here.
I noticed that.
Let me show you the back of it.
I like that. Let me see what's
all right.
Oh, yeah, we got the chips on there.
Now wait a minute. On there. Where are the 10 other championships that you said the 49ers
But your boy will absolutely understand. I don't know if you've ever heard this, Joe.
Yeah, I've heard your thing. They should have won multiple Super Bowls.
They should have 10, at least.
Yeah, but we don't.
You know.
Yeah. I can't lie. I love the.
No, that's fire.
I love the
that's
front.
Fire.
The front. That's dope.
That is fire.
That's dope, Butch. That's good stuff right there.
Yeah, man.
So let me tell you something. Like this is like something that I need in my life right now. New York Giants, Dallas Cowboys, Green Bay Packers, even the Minnesota Vikings. Like depending on your age, those are your primary rivals, right? In terms of the playoffs, the history of the 49ers. More recently, obviously the Rams. Like I'm going back to the last 30 years or so, and obviously last year the Rams, big rivals. But for a lot of people that are in their 20s and 30s, the Seahawks is it. And think about it, like they put the stake through the heart of the 49ers. They ended Colin Kaepernick, essentially, right? Losing that game in the NFC Championship game. Ended Harbaugh. Pete Carroll rose to prominence. They win a Super Bowl. You don't. Bowman loses his left leg. Iupati's never the same. Frank Gore's never the same. Your defense basically gets shut down. They take over as the most dominant defense in the league. Russell Wilson wins the McDonald's commercial between him and Colin Kaepernick. He goes on like an 8-9 year run. Like, revenge is a dish best served cold. Well, guess what? It's going to be windy, rainy, and cold tomorrow, and I'm here for it, and I'm ready to drive the stake right through the heart of Mr. Crooked Nose, the burglar, a.k.a. Pete the Cheat Carroll. Let's go. Like, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
That's what the hell I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
I think you guys are brothers. Like I'm gonna investigate
that
your
guys'
family tree.
That's my man's.
Like y'all got that. Y'all got that same energy here today. Y'all got that same energy.
Hey, he's spot on though, man.
Yeah. I was gonna say
he's spot on.
He doesn't mean he's wrong.
It's time. This team, this Seahawks team and franchise, they've owned the 49ers for the better part of the last 10 to 12 years. You know, we've gone up there, we've gotten smacked around in Seattle. They've come down here. We always know, talking about eating turkey on the 50-yard line and all this other stuff. We know all that. All right. And now's the time for the get back. I think they know what's going on. They know what time it is. They're waiting for it. We need to give them what they're waiting for. Just a back end.
You know, this game's got everything that you want. It's got the two marquee head coaches, contrasting styles. One's the offensive young guy. The other is the grizzled 70-year-old defensive coordinator. One guy spent his life at the foot of his father, who was an NFL guy for life, right? Kyle under Mike. And then Pete went to the Niners, originally was a quality assistant control coach, and then worked his way up, went to the college ranks, won a national championship there, came back to the NFL after failing years before. And like, they're just total contrast in styles, right? You know what I mean? Like they really, really are. And then you look at what Seattle's done. I thought they were done. Like straight up, I thought they were going to be the fourth place team in this division. I was wrong. I think we were all wrong. I thought Geno Smith, I liked him coming out of West Virginia, but like how many people thought that Geno Smith would be the all-time single-season Seahawk passing leader? I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought DK was going to be up out of here. He ends up having a bounce back season. Lockett and him, Kenneth Walker, offensive rookie of the year. Like, there are so many things here that are coming to a head. I worry about this right here. The most lethal part of the 49ers, you could say the run game. I'm going to say the pass rush. I think it all starts with Nick Bosa. He's the most important player on this team. Go back to some of the other rainy games where they've really faltered. NFC Championship game 2011. The wet track negated their pass rush. Justin Smith, Aldon Smith, all that front seven wasn't able to attack the way they could. Earlier this year, week 1 against the Bears, they couldn't attack Justin Fields the way they wanted to because of the slippery conditions. I'm worried the most potent part about this team, the pass rush, gets negated by the weather. Like, I'm legitimately worried. And then that opens things up down the field. We know the Achilles heel, it's the secondary, KC.
No, straight up. I agree with you. De'Amon Lenore has struggled down the stretch.
Right.
What do you think about Hufanga? Because I know a lot of people are saying, he's, been a weak link as of late or whatever the case may be. I know he's had a couple plays here and there, but I still think he's fine. I don't think he's much of a weak link.
I look at the secondary, like, if a quarterback's the hardest position to play. All right. Gotcha. I think it's secondary. I think it's impossible to play DB in the modern NFL. These guys are freaks upon freaks. Try guarding DK Metcalf one play and then Tyler Lockett on the next. And you're supposed to stay with that guy for 3, 4, 5 seconds? Like, come on. So a guy takes one step the wrong way, the way the NFL is now, the precision, even someone like Geno, who's on his best day, what is he? The 11th best quarterback on his best day? Maybe on a worse day, he's in the 20s somewhere. The precision. He made dime after dime after dime in the fourth quarter of that Rams game that they had to have. So if you take one step to the left, boom, I'm getting beat. And then I got a freak who, even if I underthrow it in DK, I'll just jump up, throw you to the side. I'm making that catch on you. I'm mossing you. I think DB's the hardest position in sports. That's just for me. Do I worry about them? Yes. Has Hufanga been excellent at times? Yes. Has he been bad at times? Absolutely. I look at it like a bullpen pitcher. The guy can be lights out for a month. What do we remember? Oh, the one pitch that he served up in the 8th inning of the last game that I saw him. So I think Hufanga's been really good for a young player. But his strength is not pass breaks down the field. He's not Ed Reed. He's more of a in-the-box, instinctual guy. And sometimes those instincts are going to bite you when you take a hard step in and you think they're coming at you and the double move comes. And that's when you give up the big play. And that's where I worry about in a game like this.
2 things on Hufanga, and you can call me a casual. Isn't he an all-pro?
He's an all-pro.
He is. But this is where Niner fans, like, we get caught up in the weeds on things. Like, we want to talk about what a guy can't do instead of all the great things they can do.
Like, literally named the best at his position. I just want to be clear what we're talking about. The man was named the best at his position.
Right.
I'm with you. I'm with
the man
you.
wore the Aaron Fox jersey.
Well,
he with us.
He's
going to be just fine this
family.
weekend.
That's family.
He gonna
Light
be
the beam?
Light the beam. Y'all can light Levi's red if you want to. Coming up this weekend. I think
we painted the end zones red.
There we go. Red end zones.
You won't believe this, Butch, but I've actually heard that.
Yeah.
I've heard it's been yelled at me now for 2 days, but I heard about the red end zones. You talked about the the pass rush and the slippery conditions. I think that's another thing. You go back to the Chicago game, and that's well pointed out and was well discussed at the time. I think we're so far away from that, Butch, and obviously weather conditions are weather conditions, field conditions are field conditions. But the fact that this team is already weather battle tested leads me to believe that whatever changes need to be made to eliminate that potentially being a fault, whether it's deeper cleats, whether it's changing, whatever the case may be. I think the same hiccups that this team has seen in the rain earlier in the season, or perhaps even going back to just the Chicago game, I don't think they're going to be there this weekend. I think the 49ers pass rush will be completely fine. And I'm with you in the sense, Butch, that's the difference in the game to me, because I like Seattle significantly more than both of you do. And
no, I think Seattle's covering the 10. Like, straight up, this is a divisional game. Okay. Like, this 10 number is ridiculous. Can we agree there? Like, that's a ridiculous number.
I disagree. I'm gonna tell you, Seattle not good enough, and I'm gonna tell you one of the things why they're not good enough. The rain and all this other stuff. What that does is that slows down the game as far as the running game, and that gives the defense a little bit of an advantage. Their defense ain't good enough to stop the 49ers running game. Not in the rain. Their defense in general just isn't good enough. Like, it's not good enough this year. This ain't the LOB. LOB in the rain, yeah, you ain't scoring nothing. You're not moving the ball. This ain't them. You can push them around on the line. You can push them around in the middle of the field with the linebackers. And by the time you get to that third level, I think they got problems. So that's before we even talk about Purdy and the passing game and Debo and Kittle and all this stuff. McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell are going to be a problem
and
for the Seahawks.
That was sorry, Bush. That was just running through my head right there. Christian McCaffrey wasn't in Chicago.
No.
Didn't it rain at the first home game at
yes.
Levi's?
Like, that was the game Trey got hurt. It rained. It stopped raining. They lost Elijah Mitchell the week prior. Like
for that one.
No.
Like, Christian McCaffrey is the game changer for this team.
So here's something that I keep thinking, and I'm trying to give healthy respect to the Seahawks because I unlike you, Casey, I think this is going to be a one-score game. I think this is a field goal game, and that's why I worry about special teams. Like I just think that these division games are different, and we keep thinking that the Niners just going to roll the ball out and out hit somebody. This is Burford's first playoff game. This is Jake Brendel's first playoff game. This is Banks's first playoff game. Those are important pieces in the middle of that offensive line. I worry. Couple of pre-snap infractions, couple of holds, negate big plays. You know, the Quandre Diggs interception Thursday night against Seattle, that's a big momentum, game-changing type of a play that gets negated because of a penalty. You know, that game could have played a numerous different ways. This is the first time Brock Purdy is going to have a second chance against a team that you got someone like Pete Carroll, who I just respect him as a coach. I think you're going to see different coverages to kind of confuse the rookie. I agree. This is not the personnel of the LOB, but like there's a lot on the Niners side that's new as well. Like I know Debo's a superstar. Debo's been here, done that. I get all that. He's had a down year. You know, he's had a down year. Brock, the middle of this O-line, McGlinchey's up and down. I think this is going to be a lot closer than we want to admit. I hope not.
10 one-score games for Seattle this year.
Could win either way. Two things to that.
Yes.
And once again, I do have – I said this on Monday. The respect – and no, this isn't disrespect.
But I can't tell if you're serious when you do that.
No, I told you I was serious about this one. It's not disrespect to Geno and Kenneth Walker and Locker and all that, but I'm not as worried about them as I am about Pete Carroll, right? Pete Carroll has had a under the radar because nobody even mentions him, a coach of the year type of season with what he did with this team that everybody talks about Dayball, and nobody thought the Giants were going to be any good. I agree with you, Butch. I thought they were going to be a bottom 2 team in the league, and he's got them in the playoffs. So there's that, but I'll say two things about that. Number one, all those guys that it's their first opportunity in the playoffs for the 49ers, it's the same thing on the other side. And they've got to go on the road in the trenches against the best defense in football. Geno ain't never been in a playoff game. Kenneth Walker ain't never been in a playoff game. That whole defense ain't never been in a playoff game. I don't even think, to be honest with you, I don't think they've seen half of what Kyle Shanahan has in the bag as far as misdirections and all that. He was, aside from the one touchdown that he did to McCaffrey on the double screen, he was pretty straightforward with them in Seattle. I think.
Well, they didn't have Debo. That's another thing. Like they didn't have Debo. Guys, let's call it what it is. Debo carried this team in the playoffs last year. Like Debo is. We haven't seen anything close to what we saw last year with Debo. This is a really down year. I mean, he had under 1,000 all-purpose scrimmage yards. So my question to them is, like, does the rain affect how you're going to utilize McCaffrey and Debo simultaneously? Does that become more predictable? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, are you're not able to showcase all the things that you want to for the fear of the conditions being so bad? Remember that Colts game going back last year when Jimmy Garoppolo's like throwing up knuckleball, 3 flies up, passes into the end zone? Some guys don't play well in the rain. I don't know if Brock Purdy's one of those guys. Casey, I walked next to this guy at training camp or whatever for the 49ers. He was tiny, like Jimmy's tiny, right? And like NFL standards tiny. Okay, I'm not saying like Joe Shasky tiny. I'm talking NFL standards tiny. Brock Purdy is smaller both ways, height, weight, thickness, than Jimmy Garoppolo. These rain games worry me, man. And I think it's going to be, like, we had a weather person on today. I think it's going to be bad.
Well, that's one we haven't done. We haven't had Christina Warner on the air to discuss the weather in San Francisco. That's tremendous.
Yes, because
that's tremendous.
I learned a lot. What did she say? But she said it's going to be bad before and after, but it may clear up not clear up, but it won't rain as much during the game.
Yeah, and now it's changed even more. And she texted us like, "Oh, maybe the third quarter now." And I'm just like, meteorologists, you guys all suck. Like, I mean, give me a break. Come on, just tell me if it's raining or not. That's all I need to know. I mean, geez, Louise. No, guys, this is a big one. Like here's another little element we were talking about today. Jim Harbaugh is someone that's beloved by a lot of 49er fans. He can do no wrong. Well, this would be Kyle's third trip into the playoffs. He has an opportunity to tie Jim Harbaugh with this win against the Seahawks. To me, there's some poetry there. Like, he'd be the tied for third winningest playoff coach in 49er playoff history. That's pretty cool. Seifert and Walsh with 10 wins. If Kyle can win Sunday, that's his 5th win. He'd go 5-2 in the playoffs. I don't know. That fascinates me.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC, along with Bubba Boy Joe Shasky from 95.7 The Game in San Francisco on KIFM, West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX, QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. And before we get a text or a tweet, our meteorologists here in Sacramento, they don't miss.
They don't.
Okay.
They are never
They
wrong.
don't miss. Shout out
And Christina Warner is absolutely in charge of the weather. She determines.
So it's
whether
not
rain-
Andres Biedrins from the free throw line.
It's not.
Shout out Andres.
You mentioned Kyle Shanahan a couple times, Butch. This is a frequent discussion here with a number of people on our show. Coach of the year?
I mean, I always struggle with what the criteria is for all of these awards, because I can view it one way and then go completely. What?
Absolutely, no one knows. No one knows the criteria.
It feels like this is like one of those preseason expectations is baked into how I view you throughout the year. Like, if we were going excellence, I think Sirianni throws his name in the hat, right? Like, obviously Andy Reid. I mean, they got rid of Tyreek Hill, for crying out loud, and they look better than ever. Like, throw them into the mix. But then if you're going like, oh wow, you did the most with the least, well, Brian Daboll, or you can say Mike Tomlin or Pete Carroll or something like that. I look at it as excellence mixed in with what adversity did you overcome. If those are your criteria, excellence, Shanahan's close to being excellent. Look at what he's overcome. Look who's playing career level football right now. Kittle, McCaffrey, Juice, Brock Purdy. Are you kidding me? Trent Williams, like Ayuk. Like, there's a case to be made. Nick Bosa, there's a case to be made. This is the best team Shanahan's put together. And that's a wild sentence.
Yeah, no, the roster is stacked. The only to me, the only wild card is, and I told Damian this earlier in the week, is Brock Purdy, and not because of what I've seen. What I've seen, I love. I absolutely love. Like, he has shown me nothing that, if we're just going off his play, that I would be concerned about going into these playoffs with him. The thing that I'm concerned about is he's still the last pick in the draft. He still only played 6 NFL games. And I'm just sitting here waiting for the other shoe to fall in this situation. And I don't know when it's going to be. It may not happen in this 12th season. He may play great. I don't know. It may happen in the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl, or it could happen Saturday. But that's what has me on edge the most, is just not knowing if and when that other shoe is going to fall with Brock Purdy.
It's the most fair thing you can say. We can all agree, guys, right? Drew Brees, Peyton Manning, Steve Young. These are all-time legends, right? Like, whether you got them 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 through 15, these are some of the greatest quarterbacks ever. Their careers are littered with postseason disappointment, like one and done duds left and right. The greatest quarterback of this era, in my estimation right now, like in terms of talent, is Patrick Mahomes. I think he's got the most talent of anyone. He had 3 turnovers in that AFC Championship game in the second half alone and had a dud. Those happen. Duds happen. Situations happen. Joe Montana threw 3 interceptions in the NFC Championship game. Does anyone ever bring that up? No, because Dwight Clark made a sick catch at the end of the game, and then their defense got a stop and a fumble at the 50-yard line. No one remembers that. Obviously, Jimmy Garoppolo has had some rough playoff moments, and they've been able to overcome it. Can they overcome a Brock 2, 3, 4 turnover game? The Niners are 4 versus 0 in terms of the turnover department in the 2 games combined against Seattle. What if that flips? What if they give the ball up 1 or 2 times and Seattle doesn't? What if Pete Carroll decides to run a crazy, special teams play like he did last year with Travis Homer, where they didn't even touch him and he went untouched for 80 yards? Like, the old gunslinger Pete is going to have something on special teams. When they lost the NFC Championship game to the New York Giants, Kyle Williams, 2 fumbles, not 1, 2 fumbles on special teams. Weird stuff happens. What happens if the kid falls behind 14 points and you can't throw, like Trey Lance in the 4th quarter against the Bears, and the weather's so bad? Like, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. The other thing is, and no one wants to bring this up, he doesn't throw to one side of the field. If you don't think the advanced analytics and these smart defensive coordinators and someone who's astute as Pete Carroll doesn't know that, I'm worried that maybe they find those tendencies and they exploit it for 1 or 2 big plays. And that's all the difference in these playoff games.
If the 49ers lose in this postseason, I don't think it's going to be because Brock Purdy. Because I don't think Kyle Shanahan is going to put Brock Purdy in a situation where he's winning or losing this game. If he's having some shaking moments, I think you get the old Mike Brown early timeout. You get pulled aside. Hey, Kittle 2 yards out. Debo on the slant 1 yard out. We're not asking you to do anything crazy. And I think that's something that we talked about in game. We stopped talking about it because he just kept seemingly getting better and better as the season went along. But game number 1, that hey, you don't have to do too much. Just find your guys. You're you got playmakers everywhere. Get them the ball. Things start out a little shaky against Seattle. Weather gets a little rocky. Hey, you've got playmakers everywhere. They've been here. Rely on them. And that's where to me, and this isn't a part of the conversation, that to me is where Kyle Shanahan will be able to put a stamp on. You can give that award to whoever you want to. I did the best coaching job this year. Yeah. If they lose, and truthfully, I'm not sure that they're going to, but if they lose in this postseason, it's not going to be because of Brock Purdy.
Man, I hope that's the case. Like, they did such a great job. Not hiding, because I hate that word. That makes like a shot at Jimmy G, but like working around some of the limitations of Jimmy Garoppolo, right? And people see that as a knock on Jimmy, whatever. Like you interpret it how you want.
What you do, you protect them.
Exactly.
You protect your players, and you highlight what they do best.
Exactly. That's the essence of coaching, maximizing your skills, minimizing your flaws, and then you can work on those things in the offseason or at a later dates. But like, I think about 49er football, there are moments in time where you do ask for that player to step up. Debo becomes a legend in the playoffs. Jeff Garcia, that one moment against the New York Giants in the second half, coming back. Colin Kaepernick, multiple times in the playoffs, like not one, multiple times in the playoffs, being a legend. Alex Smith's whole career was a dud. He had 5 minutes against the New Orleans Saints. Like, Brock could be awful for 40 minutes, and if he gives me 3 or 4 minutes at the end, will anyone give a darn? Like, I'm asking sincerely, guys. Like, but conversely, like Jimmy Garoppolo, if you falter when we need you the most, like, I know everyone, he's got the leg up. It's this. We're going to listen. You go into the offseason with some sort of a devastating pick to end it. It can change things, not just for him, but internally, how he's viewed by fans, things like that. I know there's the, shucks, he's a third string quarterback. Guys, this is their best chance to win a Super Bowl. This is it. Look around the NFC. Kyle's got more pelts than anyone on the wall, not named Pete Carroll. Look at the quarterbacks. Like, I know Tom's Tom. I'm not diminishing. Jalen, he got 0 wins in the playoffs. Kirk Cousins, 1 win in the playoffs. Like, you don't have to go through Allen and Burrow and Mahomes. You got to face them in the Super Bowl, hopefully. I can't believe I'm here. They have to win at least 1 game. Like, to me, they have to win 1.
I'm with you. They got to take care of business on Saturday, and I'm here to tell you guys this. Okay, I got a healthy respect for Pete Carroll. I've been saying it all week. I got a healthy respect for the divisional rivalry that is the Seattle Seahawks and the 49ers. The big unknown that you can never predict is turnovers. You don't know who's going to fumble. You don't know tip pass and all this other. You don't know any of that's going to happen. There are Seahawks teams that absolutely could come into Levi's and win this game. This ain't one of them. If everything without turnovers, I'll tell you that. I'll say that without turnovers, they can't beat the 49ers. Wow. They can't. This isn't the team to do it. There are teams to do it. Minnesota might be able to do it.
Well, Justin Jefferson could destroy us.
Seattle's not the team to do it. And here's the other thing that I do always want to say. I always come back to this. Niners are pretty damn good too. The Niners are pretty damn good too. And Seattle has to look at what they have on the roster and say, we got to go against those guys. Right? Like, I think we forget about that sometimes. Seattle saying we got to go to the belly of the beast and beat the best defense in football. That's what they're facing.
But I think they can look at it differently. I do think there's a psychological aspect to this where you just laid that out beautifully with what Seattle's looking at. Seattle, and you know how much I hate this term, it's house money.
It is.
They have so far exceeded, as Butch laid out earlier, everybody's expectations. They here. Like, y'all don't think we're going to beat San Francisco. We played them well the last time we saw them. We're going to go out there and we're going to play them well again.
Well, Damian and Joe, it's going to be a house ass whooping. That's what's going to happen. The Niners are covering. I'll tell you that right now.
I think I'm with Butch.
I said it earlier in the week. It's going to be close early, and the Niners will pull away.
I think
they're covering.
Okay.
I like 21-20, 21-18. Like, I think it's going to be like, I think it's going to be grinded. Here's the guy we haven't brought up. And he's, in my eyes, you could make an argument. CMC's the MVP. This is the other guy you can make an argument. Nick Bosa. What separates the truly great defensive players is doing it in the fourth quarter to close things out of tight games. Aaron Donald, fourth quarter NFC Championship game. What did he do to Jimmy Garoppolo? Just go back and watch. He dominated the O-line, forced Jimmy Garoppolo into a horrible interception, and just wrecked the game plan. Lawrence Taylor did this. Reggie White's done this. If you want to put yourself into that upper echelon of elite, all-time playoff type guys, Nick Bosa has to have dominant fourth quarter. He's the all-time playoff sack leader for the 49ers. That's an incredible sentence.
That's crazy.
Always a pleasure, Butch.
Butch, my guy, my surprise of the day, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky.
Hey, Niner gang, let's go. Dress like you're going into a hurricane. Let's do this. Revenge, a dish best served rainy, wet, and cold. Let's go.
I need all of that. Let's go.
I need one of those.
I just kidding. Okay, I'm so sorry to the radio audience. Butch just turned around and the back of his is the trophy bedazzled too?
Yes, I'll do it again.
Oh, let's go. I might get me one of them joints right there. That's Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. We're back with more on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. That's great stuff, Butch.
You the man, Joe.
Sorry if I'm screaming and yelling. I'm like so fired up for this guy.
Look who I got across from me, man. Perfect.
KC, before I forget, congratulations on the baby. She's adorable and you're blessed. And God bless you guys, your family, and everything. All right.
She might next be the most beautiful baby ever. Like, that baby is gorgeous. Like,
KC's gorgeous. I don't know if you know this. The two of you, we've already said it. You guys are the most fit, well-dressed group of hosts across the country. I don't know if you follow the Barrett Sports Media or anything. He does all these different things, and it's just sloppy, fat white guys in every market. And I'm like, damn. And I've been in the gym, no joke. I've been in the gym 4 days a week for the last 4 months.
I heard you've been grinding. I heard.
Yes, like the strongest I've ever been, right? And like, I'll tell you the straight up, the honest guy, I'm trying to get rid of this Irish gullet that I got. We got, the whole family got this genetic gullet. It's terrible. Anyway, point being, I see the two of you, and you guys are just you're like two V's. I'm like, damn, and you're like dripped in butter. I'm like, what is going on here? Why do me and Bonte look like a loaf of bread, and the two of you are just real ragooey? I'm very jealous.
Y'all, that's because y'all eating good, because you got that. You getting
that we don't
have. That's what it is, baby. Y'all eating good. When Lil Wayne said that one time, they tell me I'm gaining weight. I tell them I'm getting paid.
Well, yesterday's price is not today's price. And trust me, tell Stacy if she's up there, we negotiate. Hey, boys, honestly, I always will come on for you guys. I hope you guys are doing well. God bless both your families, and Happy New Year.
Likewise.
Hey, Stacy, Butch said he quit. Appreciate
I'll read any promo they want. See you, boys.
Take care, bro.
That's great stuff. Good for Butch for being in the gym.
Yeah, man. We're all trying to get on that Damian Barling level, man. They go hard in the paint, though. I don't know.
I do, man. It's tough.
I don't know, man. He go a little harder than I'm probably wanting to go right now.
It's just part of the routine.
Man,
add it in, baby. Wake up early, set that alarm. Because I know you are just like me. If you don't set the alarm, get up and do it, you're not going to do it. You're going to get pulled in 47 different directions.
I got to hit that alarm, man.
Yep.
I got to hit that alarm. But, I got the program going on the Peloton right now.
Where's the Peloton right now? It's not in your room.
Loft.
The loft, yeah.
It's in the loft, man, which is probably a better place for it. Good TVs out there. Just watch whatever while I'm out there.
So you say you watch something or listen to something while you're on the Peloton, but isn't the Peloton isn't like a teacher, like a person telling you, okay?
Yeah, I don't listen to what they say.
Oh,
they have the metrics on the bottom, so when it's time to turn up your resistance or whatever,
you see it.
I just pay attention to that.
Got you.
Very nice instructors, though. I like them all. Jess King, my man, Alex Toussaint. Big ups to her. What or him? What's the other guy's name? There's another guy that's pretty good. They got some good instructors on there.
On Monday, I hit 52 straight weeks on the tonal.
That's what's up.
So a year straight of getting at least one workout in.
That's what's
the
up.
tonal.
That's an accomplishment. Air horns for yourself. That's an accomplishment.
No, that's good stuff. I feel good, man. It keeps me. I just need to stretch more, and it has yoga. Like there's literally a yoga thing that I could do on there. I don't do it.
Yeah, I definitely need to stretch and do yoga. Absolutely.
I go to the gym.
I won't do that to you no more. You got my word. I won't do that.
Oh, you could have told me Butch was coming on. Like, I know how to sell.
The energy is what I was looking for, but I won't do that to you.
Oh no, it's all good. That's actually perfect.
Still have it. It's good. We got all that stuff.
Yeah, we're fine.
Good. I was doing.
I asked Rich yesterday. Is it over when it's over? Mm-hmm. And he said, yeah. Okay. But I actually don't think that's true. I think it's divisional round, and then it's over. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, conference championship that arrangement's different.
Okay.
So we'll confirm.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah,
it's likely if business is handled tomorrow, there's only one.
It probably goes national for
right. That's it. Right. Yep. The big game coming up next. Ray Ratto. We did have Ray on the one time. You know what would have been a funny bit is if Butch comes on and you go, no, that's not the surprise. Trista's here. Trista's here.
I thought about that. I was like, yeah, that would have been Butch and Trista on the same show.
That would have been the move right there.
Now that would have got icy.
Hey, we hashing out all family business.
So they got like real heat?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I was going to tell you the other day.
Yeah.
I was listening to them and they were talking to Dan Dibley. And Dan was like, yeah, I was on the BetMGM show, with Trysta Krick and, Sacramento's Trysta Krick. So people think it's Sacramento.
Let's go, baby. We know what it is. We know what it is. That's good stuff. Man, I wish I was going to the game tonight.
I hope they do something in February.
We're supposed to do something in February. I just don't think it's all been hashed out yet.
Are they home?
They're not home a lot. That's part of why the HBCU stuff is tonight.
They was like, we got to get this in.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not home a lot in February. I love that he said Sacramento's Trysta Krick. That's dope.
Oh, man. They only got 3 home games in February.
Yeah. Always a pleasure catching up with Butcher Boy Joe Shasky of 95.7 The Game. And we'll keep it in the family. Trysta Krick going to join us at the top of the hour. Kyle Madson going to join us right after that. And then James Ham's going to pop his head in here into the studio at some point. A couple of notes on the 49ers we should pass along here. Actually, this is a Kyle Madson stat. I was reading about it on Niners Wire today. 49ers are 5-1 against teams that are in the playoffs. Obviously, that includes the 2 wins over Seattle.
Who'd they play?
Kansas City is obviously the loss.
Kansas City.
Miami. And I'm missing one.
Well, that's the 3, right?
Two and the 3. Yep.
Tampa Bay.
No,
Miami,
Kansas City's the loss.
Miami and who else did they play? I'm drawing a blank. Somebody on the AFC, maybe. I don't know. Drawing a blank off the top of my head.
I'm beginning to think I should have wrote them down.
Chargers on Sunday night.
Oh, yeah. I actually block out that the Chargers are a playoff team.
I think you block out the Chargers in the NFL.
I don't like the Chargers. I don't know why. Chargers ain't never done nothing to me, and I think Justin Herbert's a fantastic quarterback.
Wasn't LaShawn McCoy trying to say Niners didn't play nobody? LaShawn McCoy and Rob W. And Rob W. always say Niners ain't playing nobody.
Sit down.
He played 6 playoff teams, man. Stop playing with us.
I mentioned Talanoa Funga. Fred Warner, Pro Bowler.
Mhm.
Nick Bosa,
Mhm.
Pro Bowler, obviously. And then the best football player in professional football.
71.
Again, Trent Williams.
71, doing what he does for another season.
I'm so sorry. I'm saying Pro Bowler.
All pro.
All Pro.
All pro. That's
which
like,
is
yeah, that's
10
big
notches
time.
above being a Pro Bowler.
That's big
It is,
time.
you are the very best at your position.
There ain't no replacements for that.
There are no replacements for the All-Pro team, and the 49ers have 4 on that team. The All-Pro second team sees George Odom and George Kittle.
Odom is probably for special teams.
He is.
He got a pick. He got a pick last week against the Cardinals, and I've seen a couple of videos of him talking about the pick. It's hilarious. Maybe I'll find it during the break and play it because I think there might be some language. But
Is that the one where Bosa's celebrating?
During the game?
Yeah.
Like
the ball's in the air.
No, that's Gibson against the Raiders.
Oh, that's the Raiders.
Because Bosa.
Oh, that is the Raiders. Yeah.
He pushed the guy in there and his ball's in the air. Bosa's like, let's go.
That's what it was. That's the Raiders. Yeah. I was like, why would he have done it last week? That game was because he didn't. He did it against the Raiders. It's good stuff.
But good for Odom, man.
It's a hell of a season for the San Francisco 49ers.
It is, man. And Jesse asked the question when I came in. He said, if they don't win on Saturday, is the season a disappointment? And I didn't really answer it at the time. I guess my answer would be, it would be a disappointing way to end the season, but I wouldn't call the season a disappointment just because of like the injuries and how they had to they were on their last, I don't want to say their last gasp because I think they still would have made the playoffs, but they had to we got to do something. And they went out and they said, we just need Christian McCaffrey because this thing could get dicey. And they made that move. They got Christian McCaffrey. They gave you, one of the historic runs in 49er history with 10 straight wins. And the other thing about it is, I said it the other day. I don't want to say, oh, it's okay if they don't get it, but this is your window. You got 3 years to get one. Can you do it? You can. Will you? I don't know. And you got 3 years to get one.
How crazy is that sentence, though, or that thought that the 49ers have 3 years? And I understand you and actually completely agree with your point. They got 3 years to get a championship with this group. Trent Williams getting older, the dominance of Nick Bosa is not going to last for an eternity. Especially the way that he plays, Debo, Christian McCaffrey, the whole deal. You're talking about a team that has a championship window open right now, and we can't tell you who's starting at quarterback next year. I don't know the last time there has been a team where you've said this team has a championship window, and we don't know who's starting at quarterback the next season.
That's crazy. It's crazy. And you combine that window. It's not just the 49ers. The NFC is going to take a little bit to rebuild, right? You know what I mean? Like the NFC South, there's nothing really on the horizon for any of those teams. The West is going through a whole, revamp. The North, you got the Lions, you got the Bears. But the Packers,
but the Bears constantly can't find their footing. You got the Lions, which I like.
And then
who knows what's going to happen with the Packers this year? And even if nothing happens, they didn't make the playoffs,
right? And even in the East is a good division, but it's almost like the NFC West. Like they're gonna, how it used to be, going to eat each other alive, and they're going to beat each other up throughout the season. So it's the combination of the talent that you have and the circumstances. Like, I don't know if the Niners were in the AFC, if I'd be saying they got a 3 year. I mean, I probably would because they have the talent, but it'd be way harder. Like it'd be way harder dealing
AFC
with those guys right now.
Yeah. Because I mean, when you talk about the best quarterbacks in the NFL, you're probably talking about Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow. And they're all in the AFC.
Yeah. I think you've seen all the range of emotions that I've had for this game this week.
I have.
And I've settled on when I said, wait a minute, it reminds me of the NFC Championship game in 2019, where they were going up against Aaron Rodgers. And at the time I was talking to my man Alan Knox. I always reference him on here. And he's a big Bears fan, so he hates Aaron Rodgers and he follows the game in general. He's like, all week we were like, yo, man, Aaron Rodgers, and it's gonna be tough, and it's gonna be crazy. And then about an hour and a half before kickoff, I called him. I said, Alan, the Niners are going to kick their ass. Like the Packers aren't good enough to stop what the Niners do well. They're not. And it ended up being a beatdown. And that's kind of what's happened to me with the Seahawks game. Once again, the unpredictable, the turnovers, I'm not accounting for those. Like that could change the game, obviously. But if it's a clean game on both sides, this Seahawks team they don't have their strengths are not the 49ers weaknesses, right? Like and what are their strengths? Like I guess they kind of have a secondary that's solid, but the Niners got a bunch of weapons out of the
big
play
capability too.
Yeah, they got big play. Kenneth Walker is really good, but I mean the Niners are the best team in the league against the run. So when you take away one of your best assets, do you have a plan B, C that can beat a 49ers team?
Which it may very well boil down to, to dumb the conversation down a little bit, is can Geno Smith beat the San Francisco 49ers defense? Because if you take it, I mean, if you take away one of their best assets, which is their running game, and the 49ers may just straight out challenge him. Go ahead. We're putting it on you. It's your first trip here, just like Brock Purdy. It's his first trip here.
Yep.
We're putting it on you.
Yep.
And I personally think Geno can answer that challenge, but I don't think it's to the point of putting up 35 points on the San Francisco 49ers. And I don't know that that's necessarily what you're going to need. I do think you're going to need some points. But like, I think this game might be a little higher scoring than Butcher Boy went with, but I do think it's going to be a little closer than you do.
I look at one thing that gives me some solace, right, with these two games that they played earlier this year. In the first game of the season, or the first game these two played this year, 49ers ran the ball for 189 yards that game. Remember, that's kind of the reason why Trey got hurt, because Kyle was like, we're not messing around. We know we can run on these guys. We just going to run. Like, they're not going to stop us. They ran for 189 yards on these guys. In the second game up in Seattle, they ran for 170 yards. Like, that's the weakness of the Seattle Seahawks defense, is they can't stop the run. And if you can't stop the run against the 49ers, I don't think you can beat them. Like, I don't see this being much different. I think the Niners are going to, and in the first game, they had no McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell. The second game, they only had McCaffrey. Now they got McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell.
And you got 19.
And you got 19 back. If Seattle's going to have to stop the run. And that's something that they haven't done in the previous two games. They're going to have to stop the run to have a chance. I don't think they can do it.
One of the one thing you said earlier that just got kind of glossed over, I think, a little bit in the conversation with Butch, was you don't think Kyle Shanahan has really opened up the playbook yet versus Seattle. And I'll take it a step further, maybe period. I absolutely think there was a point in the season where Kyle Shanahan realized where this team was and thought, oh, I can have a postseason playbook. And I think we'll see some of that, depending on how the game goes. Will depend on how much of it we see. But I think we'll get looks from the San Francisco 49ers, especially with all of those weapons available that you just laid out right there that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And you talk about, what happens with Brock Purdy if he's down 14-0 or down 14 points or something like that, or Butch might ask that. Same thing can be asked of Geno, and less specifically of Geno, but of the Seattle Seahawks as a whole. The fact is also, though, I don't think the game's going to be clean.
Right.
I don't think it's going to be 0-0 in the turnover category. Like, there are going to be mistakes. That doesn't mean Brock Purdy's going to make the mistake. Elijah Mitchell could fumble the ball. There could be a muff punt. There could be a muff kickoff. Like, there are going to be things that are going to happen in this game. The question is, where in the game are we when they happen, and how many times? That's what because if you start putting the San Francisco 49ers defense in a position where they keep having to come up with big stops with Seattle knocking on the door because you made a turnover in the wrong place, or a muff punt, or whatever the case may be, those are the ones that I'll start getting nervous about.
Yeah.
Like now you're asking the offense to maybe extend themselves a little bit. And that's the one scenario where I think Brock Purdy could hurt you.
And if I'm looking at it from a Seattle point of view, it's disgusting. But if I'm looking from a Seattle point of view, I'm saying we got to get some turnovers. It can't be 0-0. Like, let alone like if we turning the ball over and they're not.
The turnover battle can't be 0-0.
It can't be 0-0. We've got to find a way to make plays, whether it's a pick, whether it's stripping the ball out or whatever the case may be. We've got to find a way to get turnovers, to change field position and change momentum. Another thing I want to say about that last game in Seattle, the Niners beat the hell out of the Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
They won 21-13, and everybody always brings up the Diggs dropped interception that could have went to the house or deep, and then a fumble and all this other stuff. And the people, if it wasn't for that, it could have been a different game. Well, the Niners had a pick six that was called back on a suspect roughing the passer, I think it was, and that was when they were up 20. I think they were up 21-6. Pick six from Geno, called back. The Seattle got points on that drive. So if the pick six doesn't happen, or excuse me, if the roughing the passer doesn't happen, the pick six happens. We're looking at 28-6. We're going home early. The Niners also stopped at the 1 yard line and took a knee at the end of the game. Else it would have been even more of a beatdown. Seattle wasn't in that. Pete Carroll's a hell of a coach. Seattle they've got a nice little situation coming up with the draft picks, some of the young players they have. I think they're going to be relatively, back relatively soon in contention for, NFC West supremacy with the 49ers. This ain't the team. This isn't the team that goes into the 49er stadium and goes up against that defense and plays against Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Trent Williams, all these guys, Brandon Ayuk, and beats them. It's not this team.
Asking you shall receive from our buddy Dave Garcia Designs. He said, can we get a 1320 poll over there on youtube.com/ESPN 1320? And we did. What do you think? 49ers win close. 49ers blowout. Seahawks win close. Seahawks blowout. Right now, and we literally, this posted while Kenny was talking, 50% of the vote says 49ers win close. That's the leading category right now. We'll keep an eye on it. 50%. Again, this has been posted for about 45 seconds.
That could be 4 people.
Well, it's actually
while you're there, hit
exactly
the thumbs
29.
up.
Yeah, please hit the thumbs up.
Hit the thumbs up.
Hit the thumbs up.
I think I don't know if I want to say a blowout, but I do think the Niners covered the 9.5.
It's 9.5. Okay. All right. What do you think about these other games for super wild card weekend? Let's start with Giants. Well, actually, let's just stay with Saturday. Chargers, Jags. In Jacksonville, division winner.
Yeah. What's up with your boy Brandon Staley, man?
That's not my. Well, I'm sorry. It's my boy Trevor Lawrence. Everybody knows.
That is right.
I'm a hashtag Trevor Lawrence guy. I don't, to answer your question, I don't know what's that dude is. This might be his last week as the coach. I think Jacksonville wins.
I'm gonna go with the Chargers. I think the Chargers just kind of been laying low. And the
Chargers could be playing Reese's team, and I'm picking Reese's team to win. Like I'm just not picking the Chargers ever to win anything.
I'm gonna go with the Chargers, man. I think Jacksonville, ironically, has been playing as good as all the hot teams that we talk about to end the season. The Niners, the Chiefs, all this. Jacksonville has been playing really well down the stretch. They've got them at home. Ironically enough, they're gonna be rocking in Duval County down there in Jacksonville, because it was I don't know if I want to give a movie status, but it was popping for that Titans game. They was out there, so they're gonna be ready to go. Another night game, but I just think the Chargers are better. Austin Eckler, I think he's gonna be a major factor in what they do. Herbert is gonna do what he does. They don't have Mike Williams, but they finally got Keenan Allen. Joey Bosa is gonna be back. I think the Chargers are gonna go out there and win. Okay,
I disagree. Moving on to Sunday, Dolphins, Bills.
Oh, sorry, Jesse.
Jesse said Jesse has convinced himself the Dolphins got this one.
Get on the screen, Jesse. Come on, man.
All right, so if I'm going to be real, Miami can't move the ball with Skylar Thompson against the Jets. That offense looked horrible. There's no reason why the Bills shouldn't win this game.
Yeah.
But I'm an idiot sports fan, so I think Miami has a chance.
Yeah, that's what you got.
But seriously, if Miami is going to have a chance or whatsoever, they got to create a couple turnovers on defense, and Skylar Thompson can't be afraid to make a play either. I think they'll be able to run the ball pretty well with Jeff Wilson, and they got Salvin Ahmed because Mostert's out.
Mostert's out. I was about to ask.
Yeah, Mostert's out.
Okay.
Yeah, but Like I said, the Bills should handle.
That's
but-
probably the key, is to let Skylar, let him, like,
Yeah.
just, no one's it's like what we were talking about. No one's expecting you to win.
Mhm.
Let him open up the playbook a little bit. Let him rock. Let's
Yeah, last game you could tell he was trying
go
to just-
down swinging.
Yeah, he's
And-
trying to
and-
do check downs a lot last week, and like this week that can't happen. Like you got to try and go out and make a play.
Dude, is Tyreek he's not 100%, huh?
He's been dealing with an ankle injury like the last few weeks.
Mhm.
Like he'll be out there, but yeah, he's been dealing with an ankle injury.
If I'm Mike McDaniels, I got to get the ball in the hands of my playmakers, whether that's, a little screen pass, tunnel screen, or something like that. I'd work that a lot to get the ball to Waddle and Tyreek Hill, your end arounds, all this other stuff. I got to get the ball to my playmakers to have any shot.
feel bad for that Dolphins team and their
I feel bad
fan
for
base.
Jesse.
I do feel bad for. I feel bad for Tua, like the whole group. I feel bad for Mike McDaniels.
The peak was the Trent Sherfield touchdown against the Niners,
was
and then
the
I
peak.
tweeted,
Oh yeah.
"Number one defense, my ass." It was just downhill ever
Some would
since.
argue, yeah. Some would
Downhill
argue.
ever since. You know what? I don't regret that tweet because in the moment I was like, "Oh yeah, we're going to the Super Bowl." I was running up and down the aisles at the game. It's just been all downhill ever since that.
Jesse knew. He fired that tweet off with confidence, and to his credit, his ass got roasted for like 3 days on that tweet.
Hey, and tweets never got deleted, by the way. Pat
Nope.
on the back to me. All
Nope.
right,
Hey,
nope.
nothing
Let
got
him
You
say
sit
deleted.
in there, you took it like a
You
man.
own it.
You took
Yep.
it like a man. That's
Gotta
what I'm
own
telling
it.
you. That's why you my guy. That's
Yep.
why you my guy. But,
Gotta own it.
yeah, that was tough. I think Buffalo's gonna win that game. I'm
Yeah.
not sold on Buffalo as like Super Bowl
Mm,
team,
mhm.
but yeah, I think Buffalo wins that. We never talked about their announcement to put the game in Atlanta if it happens.
Yeah, Bills, Chiefs.
Bills Chiefs.
Yeah.
And that's if
I thought they were. I thought. Yeah, I mean, I guess you go with what's available. I thought they were gonna. I thought I read they were trying to find an outdoor stadium because
get some elements because both teams
both teams play outdoor. But
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Like you're doing the best you can with an extraordinary circumstance.
Yeah.
I'm not involved. I imagine Kansas City feels different. Buffalo may feel different. The players may feel different, and I completely understand that. From a just fan perspective, you did what you could. I'm fine with it.
Is that, and I'm assuming it is, but that, Jesse, maybe you could help me out. That's just for Buffalo, Kansas City.
Correct.
Cincinnati's not a part of that.
Correct.
Because Cincinnati had an outside shot at the 1 seed before that game, right?
They did, but I think it's based on the Week 18
Once
results.
Kansas City won,
Yeah,
they wouldn't
once,
have had a chance.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
That
but
makes
Kansas City won, and then Cincinnati. They did Cincinnati had all kind. They had the coin flip that could happen, which didn't because they won their Week 18 game. But I think it was all dependent on that.
Yeah.
So it's only Kansas City and Buffalo
Got you.
to be played in Atlanta.
The Giants and the Vikings in Minnesota. I got Minnesota.
I'm going New York.
Yeah, everybody's going to New York.
I'm just going New
Minnesota.
York because I'm not picking. I'm not picking.
Your boy.
I'm not picking Kirk Cousins.
I'm picking Justin Jefferson.
That's an insanely talented team, man. That's another one, and good for them because I thought they had with what was my guy's name, Daniil Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they had like a window like a couple of years ago
Mhm.
when he was a monster.
Mm-hmm.
It's like and Diggs was still there. It's like, hey, Minnesota could win the champion. Yeah, they could win the championship.
Yeah. They ran into the Eagles and the Niners.
And obviously
They
they're
got 'em.
still very, very good.
Mhm.
I just think when it gets to this time, like New York has a fraction of the talent that Minnesota has.
Yeah.
There is no reason the Giants should win this game.
I don't
Absolutely.
think the Giants are that good. They're not that good. They've dealt with injuries and stuff like that, so that plays into it as well.
They're here.
They're
so
here.
I'm not going to
Yeah.
disparage them. There's no reason they should win this game, but Kirk's got it. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, I'm going Minnesota. We don't even have to spend time on the next one. We both going Bengals. That's a done deal.
I mean, and truthfully, that's another group of players, another fan base. I feel bad for.
I do feel bad for Baltimore and the fan base. I mean, I still feel bad for Jesse.
Like everything.
The Dolphins, they got a little mouthy. They start using the Twitter fingers.
Well, no,
I
that
feel
was
bad
Jesse that used the Twitter.
No,
fingers.
they started it.
Number one.
Sherfield, what did Sherfield say, Jesse?
Tua
It was taken out
Tagovailoa.
of context. It was taken out of context.
Tua Tagovailoa didn't tweet number one defense my ass.
God, I felt so good when I sent that tweet off too.
But I
How
do
many
feel bad
beers
for
had you
Baltimore.
had at that point?
No, I was because I had to drive home that day, so I was being pretty responsible.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, so it was just pure pan hype.
I feel bad for Baltimore because I got people out in Baltimore. I got Baltimore ties, man. So those my people. So feel bad for them. But
Baltimore lost 3 of their last 4 games.
Yeah, they're gonna get smacked up by Cincinnati. Let's get to the one though. It's the one. It's game of the weekend. Easily.
Game of the long weekend.
Yeah, it's not on a weekend.
Yeah, game of the long weekend. I think it's the game of the weekend because everyone is so intrigued. I think more people feel like the Cowboys aren't going to win this game. And then there's the element of Brady.
Yeah.
Like, is Brady really? Because I don't know if the quarterback was Nick Foles, if anybody would really care. Not that they wouldn't be questioning the Cowboys, but the central storyline would be the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm not even sure. I'll take it a step further. I think the reason they're questioning the Cowboys mostly is because they're going against Tom Brady.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like the combination of the two. I think
I think Tom Brady adds a
and you add Tom,
I think Tom adds it.
They might lose this one.
Yeah.
Like if they were playing the Vikings, I don't know if it would be as intense.
You might be right.
Yeah.
It's a perfect combination of, is Dallas gonna come out scared again? Is this really who Dak Prescott is right now? And they're going against the greatest of all time.
Did you see we got to get out of here, but I'll say it during the break. I think the Cowboys are going to win.
Okay.
I think the Cowboys are going to win. Who you got?
Explanate. Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Oh.
You have to
cliffhanger.
You have to stick
around. This is
around.
my surprise.
This is it's Radio 101, Kenny. How De'Aaron Fox impacts my pick for the Cowboys Buccaneers game next on ESPN 1320. I'm gonna get up because
Yeah, go ahead.
Get up.
That boy Greeny a wild boy, man. He's a wild boy.
Good morning, everybody. It's time to get up.
Greeny, hey man, he get paid for it good, man.
Sure do.
What happens if Dallas loses that game Monday?
Oof. Well, they're talking about it in the chat a little bit. They're saying Mike McCarthy might go.
Do we have to have conversations about Dak after that, or not yet? I'm fully on the he's Kirk Cousins support too. Like not it's a bad thing, but he's a Kirk Cousins level quarterback.
I say this about Dak. I think he's talented. I think he's a good quarterback. I don't trust him. I've seen him in a couple of big moments. I'm not even talking playoffs, just like close game. And he's had close game comebacks too. Like he's had wins, but I've seen him a couple times where he just looks skittish and he does some things where I'm like, why are you doing that? Like, what are you doing? And it just, there's no way I could feel comfortable with Dak Prescott if I was a Cowboys fan. There's no way. It's almost like Niner fans with Jimmy Garoppolo, except Dak is more talented, but you're waiting for him to do something that just like, bro, come on, why'd you do that to us?
I feel like you guys turned on Jimmy after he missed that pass in the Super Bowl. Like that was the last straw for you guys.
Nah, I still believed him. I think maybe a lot of other people did, but I still believe him. I still thought he could get it done. When did I have questions about Jimmy? I think it was the Rams game. He couldn't bring it home. We were up 10. Like you couldn't get me like 4 more first downs to take us to the Super Bowl. I was like, that's when I started to question him. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. What is this thing? I don't know. It's one of these graphs. The sports graphs that I don't really know how to read.
Is that the one with the teams and the Celtic, like the NBA teams and all that, where they fall?
No, this one is a NFL one.
Ah.
It's got the Niners way in the top right. That's usually good. The top right is usually good because that's like positive. That's above the equator line, and then to the right is always good. You never want to be where the Bears are. They're in the bottom left corner, way by themselves.
If you're in the top right, you're good. If you're with the Bears, you suck.
With all that said, though, I do think the Cowboys are going to win. They're better. They're better than the Bucs. They're better than the Bucks.
I don't know. Cowboys got to show me something after last year.
I understand. I got it.
It'd be nice if Micah Parsons backed himself up too.
Michael Parsons said he going into playoff mode.
He said like I can't raise Tyreek Hill at the Pro Bowl. I'm going to be in the Super Bowl.
he said he's going into playoff mode, and then Niner fans start like littering the timeline with all these plays where Elijah Mitchell just running by him.
For his sake, just win, man. For his sake.
Said he get into playoff mode. Gwitty, a Bucks fan from day one. Woody was when I said the Bucks weren't that good this year earlier in the season. He's like, we'll be waiting, KC. We'll be waiting. Y'all got in there though. Y'all got in there. There wasn't a shot at the Bears. It was me reading the chart, and the Bears were on the way bottom left.
Oh man, James is here. I think he's doing a podcast. I don't know why James does the podcast before the game, though.
It's a good point. Unless he's trying to get one out like before the game. That's the only thing.
Well, that's why I'm sure that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's just like, it's going to be old tonight.
You know, I mean, look.
That James not a pro. You don't need me.
Hey, man, after we go off the air, there's not a whole lot to listen to.
That's facts.
Yeah, James posted stuff at 4, I believe.
Ain't nothing to listen. He does. He posted right at 4.
So you listen to that and go straight to the game.
That's a good point. There's your pregame show, The Kings Beat, with Brendan Nunez and Sean Cunningham, James Ham. I mean, there's nothing to listen to before our show. There's nothing to. I'm just waiting to find out when we're going to run it back. That's it. Are we running this thing back or not? Hopefully, we'll get the opportunity to explain that.
Make it happen
at some point. Poll question. What do you think happens tomorrow? 49ers win close. 49ers blowout. Seahawks win close. Seahawks blowout. 48% say 49ers win close. 35% say 49ers blowout. Only 17% of the vote total is going to the Seattle Seahawks.
See, I don't know where I would fall in that. I'm squarely in the middle. Like, I don't think it's going to be a blowout, but I think they'll cover. Them winning by
maybe I should have wrote
10.
49ers cover.
Well, you don't have to worry about that. If they win by 10, is that considered a blowout or a close game? If they win like they did on Thursday Night Football, is that a blowout or a close game?
Man, that's tough. You're right. I should have put covered with the 9.5 number.
Yeah.
I think blowouts, 2 scores.
I think they can win by 2 scores. So I guess I would vote for blowout.
Okay.
Under that criteria.
All right. Well, that's over there on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. But if you're watching on Twitch, we appreciate you. Or Facebook. Let's see. Who's watching on Facebook? One person.
There we go.
One person is watching on Facebook. Vincent, if that's you, we appreciate you so much for being with us.
Appreciate it.
We are everywhere, including the Odyssey app, 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. By the way, speaking of HD radios, they come in electric vehicles. Did you see a certain electric vehicle like plummeted in price this morning?
No.
Yeah.
That's how they gonna do me?
Yeah. Like it dropped pretty significantly.
Come on, man.
Several $1,000.
Come on, man. That bodes well when I have to, re-up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and wait till you see what they re-up for. Because I already inquired. I was like, what's this? What's the buyback on this?
Yeah.
They sent me that email. Y'all must think I'm stupid. Y'all must think I'm stupid. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in here right quick. Trysta Krick's going to join us at the top of the hour. Kyle Madson, shortly after that, he already shot me a little note saying he's stuck in traffic. He might be a few minutes late. Of course, that doesn't really matter because Trysta will be here. And then James will be with us when he wraps up the latest edition of the Kings Beat podcast. Of course, the Kings are back in action tonight against the Golden State Warriors. I'm looking at my notes. I apologize. The Houston Rockets. There are other games to pay attention to tonight.
Yeah.
Meaning we're standings watching.
Absolutely.
With 41 games left in the season.
Gotta do what we got to do.
Golden State versus San Antonio was one.
I figured out why that game was on ESPN.
You were pretty worked up about this the other day.
Still don't need to be on.
It's a good idea.
It is
It's
a good idea.
60,000, 60 plus thousand.
Yeah, it's a good idea. It's cool.
Alamo Dome.
Yeah. Remember when they tried to put a game outside?
How long is the Alamo Dome been? Like, have they redone it? Like, the Royal Rumble was there in like 1997.
I think the Alamo Dome is 90. Charles Barkley hit the shot on David Robinson in 93. So it's probably 94, 95.
Okay.
Charles Barkley flicking the ball up and down.
Mm-hmm.
It was open in 93.
1993. Okay. But yeah, Spurs Warriors tonight. Suns Timberwolves.
Who we got in that one? Who we won?
Don't care. They're both below the Kings.
Yeah. You got to make a pick. I think
I'll go for the Suns. I just want the Timberwolves.
you want them out of there. You want them in that Blazers territory.
Push. Yeah, get them out of here.
Okay.
You gonna make a pick?
I think I'm with you. I'm gonna go with the Suns.
Clippers Nuggets.
Nuggets.
You want the Nuggets to win?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nuggets ain't going nowhere.
I heard Jokic is out tonight.
Jokic is wrist.
Yeah. Clip. Go down hard, Clips.
Yeah, please do. By the way, shout out to our Sac State squads, plural, for getting the job done yesterday. The Mike Brown went out, and De'Aaron and his wife, I believe, were out there as well. But went out to the nest to watch Coach David Patrick and the Sac State men's basketball team get a win. The women, they got one on the road. They just keep winning basketball games.
You said Coach is well aware of the women, huh?
The women's coach.
Oh, so
yeah.
She ain't really.
No, she knows what time it is. Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, but like
I wonder if they could get a at-large bid. Like
Sac State?
Say they lost in the tournament. I wonder if they can get at-large. They deserve it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're ever going to lose again. They're like a DeMontis. The Sac State women's basketball team is like a DeMontis Sabonis double-double.
Hey, man, I'm telling you, I think they might run the table on the Big Sky. I didn't see some of these teams, man. I think they might run the table.
Yeah, you've been watching them.
Yeah. And then the men, they doing what they do. Once again, Northern Colorado last night, Northern Arizona on Saturday, the two record-wise, two worst teams in the Big Sky. An opportunity for this team. They're 10-7.
Mm-hmm.
They're 10-7. Opportunity to go 11-7 on the year.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Coach David Patrick in his first year. Wow.
Hell of a job.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he had a lot of hype coming in, and we contributed to it,
Mm-hmm.
rightfully so. But I just saw what he was doing and what he was building. I was like, yo, there's an entrance. There's an I'm reading email. There's an opportunity for
that the entrance door was fixed.
There's an opportunity
multitasking, baby,
for something to happen with this team, and they've delivered, man.
In that same conversation with Coach Lawson we were talking about Coach Campbell, she made it clear she's very aware of Coach Patrick as well. She was covering men's college basketball when Ben was at LSU. Coach David Patrick was around LSU quite a bit. So I know I say this every day or at least once a week, like Sac State is just killing the game right now when it comes to people they're bringing in for their department.
Hey, if they made the Final Four, not Sac State, the Lady Blue Devils, they made the Final Four. Can we check in with Coach? That week of.
Oh yeah.
Be like, Coach, what's up, man? I know they would love that here. They love Coach here.
I can say with some pretty good confidence, if we wanted her on the show at any point, we could probably make that happen. I don't think she's ever done our show. She did the old one. She was with Washington at the time. She
Yeah.
was the Washington color analyst at the time. I've never had Coach Lawson on the show before. I'm pretty
That's what I'm
confident.
saying. If they get,
Of
to the
course, if
final four.
there's also a strong possibility, like I'd ask her, oh, you got to text my assistant. Like there's a strong possibility that happens too. So, but yeah, I'm pretty confident we can get that. But bring Final Four up to her. Don't even bring the tournament up to her. Like you hear the way Coach Patrick talk, like it's like coaches are just wired, like they don't see games the way that we do, which is why it's part of the reason. When we're talking about Shemezi and Trey Lyles or Terrence Davis, whoever, it's not what we see. It's not what we saw against the Lakers or the Warriors. It's what we didn't see the next day in practice. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Because man, you guys are playing great. God, I just hope we can be the sisters of the poor coming up this week. Like, wait, didn't you just beat Virginia and NC State? Yeah. I'm more worried about this little sisters of the poor coming up.
Right.
It was literally
the exact little guard that just posed problems.
It was literally the same conversation we had with Coach Patrick. The same exact conversation as we welcome fresh offer visit Sacramento's own. That's right. Come on, man. Let's let the air. Come on, man. Yeah. She in here. Let's get this business out of the way. Stilo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento. ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. The eyeball emojis are rolling in. Trysta Krick is here. Trysta, what's happening?
What's good, guys?
What's good, man?
You guys look great.
We're trying to keep up with you.
This whatever Damien is wearing is just fascinating to me. I love the it's like abalone. It's like abalone stone.
Yeah. There's a lot happening with this jersey. It's I don't think it's camera friendly. There's a certain like thing it's doing to the camera, and it's one of these young people things where it's cut. I was telling you about this shirt over the weekend. It's cut really big.
Yeah. Oh, so you decided to wear it anyway.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sell it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go through that hassle because they're not really selling it like high dollar. So it's like I'll just keep it.
Yeah.
But it's like I was like, it's just big. And then it's got a weird thing on the camera that
I do love it though. I love it. And obviously Kenny with the Niners, everything. It's gonna be a Niners disaster, just a boat race. They're gonna roll over the Seattle Seahawks. We'll just get that over with. Christian McCaffrey, everything. Kittle, everything.
I sure hope so.
Eli Mitchell, everything.
Yeah, I sure hope so. Debo gonna get one too. Brandon, yeah. Get one. Like I said this, Trysta. I said, I think the Niners are gonna win as the week has gone along. I said, and really the thing that really kind of made me feel good was Seattle can't stop the run.
No.
This will be the best running team in football. So when you talk about the elements, I mean, it could. You're playing into the Niners' hands with the rain. Okay, we got to run the ball now. All right, bet we'll do that, and you can't stop the run. And I don't know if it's going to be a boat race, but I do think the Niners will cover.
So what kind of wind are we talking about? Are we talking about Sacramento, blow me over outside the Golden One after the game kind of wind? Is that what we're getting? Like the 70
I did have to catch Trysta twice.
I caught Trysta once.
So let's skip the football talk and let's get into the trip to Sacramento. Tell everyone how your trip to Sacramento was.
It was phenomenal. The only thing that I would say is once in a generation storm, probably not an ideal time to see it all. Couldn't really hang out with Deuce and Mo because they were, I don't know, dealing with a natural disaster of trees coming down, pulled out of their roots.
Crazy.
30-year-old trees uprooted. I went to go to Temple Coffee, which everybody loves. I love it as well. There's a bunch of them all over town, as you guys all know. And I was going to my second location for a chai latte. And I walk past, I think this is like 20, maybe 22nd and like K or something like that. Kind of in that little cute area. And I walk on the road and all of a sudden I'm like, damn, a tree had fallen over and severed into a Honda Civic.
Oh my
And it was
God.
just there. Nothing was being done about it. Nothing. Zero. Like an Uber was like, Uber stopped right in front of the tree, let someone out, hit a Yui, went out. So I loved it. I loved the Golden One. I think that's a top 3 arena. We talked about that at the game. I love the Draft House, aka the Drought House, as Kenny would call it.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I don't know. I'd never spelled draft. I would have just said DRAFT.
Fan base was great.
Mm-hmm.
We were in there like some stars, just making people feel very uncomfortable with our presence on the court. They were like, you guys got to go. You can't be here at all. Like, there's too many of you.
Kyle Draper said we were out there like it was the BET Awards.
Yeah. You could tell people were like, what is this occasion? You know? You had Dan Dibley getting FOMO on Instagram because we had photographers taking photos of us like we were just like we were bad boys. We were bad boys.
Yeah.
Bad boys.
It was in the building. We had Trysta Krick out here. People were going crazy for Trysta. So let me ask you. I always like to ask people. You know, it's like because Trysta's national. You know, the people think you just straight Sacramento, and that's okay with us. But you are national. What is your favorite component of the Golden One Center?
Man, there's so many things. I think walking in and seeing the arena. Like, I think usually when you walk into a concourse, it's so tough because the actual arena, that's my favorite part. You walk in and you can see the bowl. You can see where the banners will go. Like, you can feel man in the arena vibes, right? You get the Rochester, what was it? You guys were Rochester.
Royals.
Rochester Royals. That's where the Rochester Royal banner should be. And that's that, right? Like, you walk in, you're like, oh, I'm in the arena. Like, that's a very gladiator vibe. So that's number 1. Number 2, the vibe outside the arena is a blueprint for all arenas. That is the hotel adjoining the Golden One where, you know, there's players staying there. I think that's like a perfect vibe because then all the baddies know where to go. They don't,
As we learned after the game.
Baddies know where to go.
They don't need to send up a bat signal to be like, is it the Ritz or who am I kidding? They know where every team. They have a spreadsheet for every team.
Oh yeah, they with it. They
know what it is. I don't know, but I was like, whoa, this is crazy. The steakhouse inside of the Kimpton was great. The food was amazing, even though Damien made fun of me because I didn't eat the whole steak. He wants me out here eating more than I can handle.
We had so much fun. We didn't even tell the story. So before the game, we're eating it. Like that's incredible. After the game, we were going to the Sawyer. We're going upstairs.
Oh yeah.
So revival.
Revival, right. So we're waiting, and you know we recognize. All right, it appears it's popping. It's Saturday, Lakers. It's going to be tough to get up there, and mind you, people are going to meet us later. So Kenny's like, we'll just go upstairs for like 5 or 6 minutes.
I'll slide in there. Let's just slide in there for 3-4 minutes.
That's what he said. So we'll just slide in there for 3 or 4 minutes and then we'll go somewhere else. And it's like, hey, I'm too old for that. We need to find some other place to go. Because James is going to be looking for us. All these people are going to be looking for us. Like, we can't be up there.
You got Damien getting heat stroke out here.
Oh my God. It was so hot at Flat Stick. It was ridiculously hot.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let us in the speakeasy because why? Because F you. That's why.
Probably.
Like we know they
I was gone at that point. They was hating on that.
No, when you left, and by the way, Kenny was the first one to leave.
Yeah.
When you left, I was just like, yo, I need some fresh air. And then that's when everyone else acknowledged, yeah, it's really hot here. Let's go upstairs. So we went outside and we were just hanging out outside, chilling. And then for reasons known to no one, like a 40-mile-an-hour gust of wind hits, blows the sign into the back of James's legs.
Oh my gosh.
And it's like, all right, let's go to Sauce. That's open. Let's just not stand out here anymore. So we went into Sauce, sat there for a while. Brendan Nunez came over. And then by the time we left, all hell had broken loose.
Yeah.
I'm glad that I even got into my Airbnb. Damien dropped me off and it has these little like codes, these electric codes to the little gate, electric code that they to the front door inside the little guest house. And I walked in, the heat was off, the lights were off, all the power was out for 8 hours, 9 hours.
So I can't tell
I
you
almost
how.
called you and was like, hey, I don't.
Dude, you absolutely should have, because when I'm dropping her off, it's horrible. Like there's no lights, so I'm just immediately thinking, get there, get safe. And then of course it's pouring rain. So I'm trying to get her out, get her, in and on that stuff. And now I'm thinking about the drive home. And before I'm barely out of the driveway, James calls and I'm thinking, oh man, I think, James got in an accident or something bad happened, because we just parted each other.
Right.
And he's telling me about the conditions and what to avoid. And all I'm thinking about is there's literally trees in the street. Like all of this stuff is happening. And at no point did I think, because there's no power. At no point did it dawn on me, I just left Trysta at a house that has no power. At no point did I think of that. And when I did, I felt awful. Like, why? Like the weekend, that portion of the weekend was essentially over. She could have, but my house never lost power. I got plenty of, it never dawned on me, yo, you just left her at a place that has no lights.
And then at like
felt
9,
horrible.
8 a.m., maybe 7:30 a.m., all the lights finally turn back on. The heat comes on. The TV comes on. I'm like, oh my God.
That was crazy though, Saturday. Like when
that was wild.
I guess when I left, that's when it started. Because I got on 5 from downtown. I'm like, all right, man, I'm about to push to the house. I got the night shift. I got to go watch Ryan or whatever. And I got on there to accelerate. And when kind of moved me a little bit, I said, what the hell is going on here? The whole way through, it was probably about like 7 of us that were going the same direction. We all went like 50. The whole time. We went 50 miles per hour the whole time. It was nasty.
It was no good.
And what's crazy was that Sunday was even more wild than that. I went and I was texting you, Damien, like, hey, where should I go? What should I do? And I go to Public House. Is that what it's called? Public House. And it's slammed in there. It's slammed. You guys, there was not a bar seat open for me. And I'm like, oh man, I'm doing laps. Like maybe one bar seat will open. And then these guys had the whole back bar by the window reserved. Like 3 booths. The whole thing is theirs. And they're like, hey, you need a place to sit? You want to hang out with us? And I'm like, yes, I've got bets to sweat. I can't be messing around. This Airbnb has no cable. There's nothing. I need to figure out a place to watch these games. Sit down, order a Diet Coke, as you guys know I love. And had about a gajillion of them when I was with you guys. We even did like a Diet Coke testing. And so they're in the middle of trying to find their friend. And I tell you what, the friend is from Sacramento, but he currently has a home in Vegas, Miami, and now Colombia. What do all 3 of those cities have in common?
Not my problem. I'm not in on this joke.
It's not my job.
It's the view.
Not my job.
The observations of Trysta Krick are those of Trysta Krick alone.
I don't want no problem.
We still in Sacramento, so I don't want to.
He doesn't live there anymore. He left that night. So they're like trying to find him. He was gone that night. He had an airport air thing to flight to catch. He was meeting someone at CES in Vegas.
Somewhere.
Yep.
Who comes in? They can't find him. He is high, out of his mind, blasted. And I don't mean sticky icky high. He's like blasted. He's like talking about it. He's like, they're like, yeah, whatever you want. I'm like, I'm on Diet Coke, guys. Like, I'm good. He comes in with his buddy. His buddy's got face tats, neck tats, hand tats, trying to take his pants off to show me he had more tats. This guy, Travis the Terror. And I'm like, oh my God, they are wild. And oh man, there was just so much there. The guy who was hitting on me, his ex-girlfriend came and she was in Lululemon, didn't know it was a party. And she's like, oh, so who do you know? And I'm like, I don't know anyone. That guy invited me over. And she's like, oh yeah, we're effing. Like I was like, okay, like I don't want anything. I'm just here to sweat out George Kittle anytime touchdowns. And Christian McCaffrey player props. The place. So the guy that lives in Vegas made his money in porn. He had distributed hundreds of porn sites in the 90s, and now owns an agency where he takes and represents OnlyFans girls and has guys in the Philippines responding to these dudes, being like, yo, you up? Oh, yeah, I just would love to hang out with you. But, in order for us to really vibe, I'm going to need you to get up off this $11.99 a month. And it's not her at all. It's these dudes in the Philippines.
What kind of Sunday was that?
I was just like, wow.
So everyone is becoming aware of what Kenny and myself and Kyle became aware of this weekend. Is Trysta's got stories.
Yeah.
Like you could sit there for hours with Trysta and she'll just
things just seem to happen
tell
around
it
Trysta.
Always. We have never been asked to disperse from courtside before until Trysta Krick was with us. Guys, I don't know what's going on. Hey, can I see your badges? Yeah, could you just go to the media room and hang out there?
You guys know where the media room is? I'm like, they live here.
I'm like, just literally talking to us like they didn't know who we were. Hey guys, could you just go? None of that's happened before Trysta.
No.
Rashawn Holmes needs these very important extra reps on the court. You're distracting him.
The guys are trying to warm up.
Guys are trying to warm up.
All right. We'll keep it. But yeah, Trysta's got stories.
But the good news is, I don't want to get everybody in Sacramento's hopes up too high, but there are talks and Trysta coming back.
Oh, Trysta's absolutely coming back. That's a good deal.
Back.
We've already mapped a few things out. Like we doing the party if Trysta comes back.
Oh
yeah.
The house party.
Yeah.
It's lit.
Yeah.
It's lit.
Yeah.
Where we can get Damien in his natural habitat.
Yeah.
Where he can control the climate. He can control the drinks. He can control the energy. He can control all of it.
Yeah. I'm beginning to think you believe I'm controlling. I'm just gonna go. I get the impression that you think I'm a bit of a control freak.
No. I just think you are a curator of a vibe.
Curator of vibes.
That's facts. That's it. Look, to ensure stuff gets done, I take control of stuff. Dinner on Friday. Hey, where are we going? I got you. I know where we're going. We're gonna be someplace close. Make it easy for everybody to disperse. Kenny's going in that direction. We'll make sure you get dropped off. We'll be good. Saturday, it's going to be tough getting into spots. I'm going to know what time they're open. We didn't have any reservations. That was meet, but I was going to make sure we had everything we needed. Make sure that we got in, got to the court, got thrown off of the court, got thrown off, got our media pass. Yeah. So
the one thing I do want to know was, at what point did you get sick of me? Because then we were all sitting on the media row, and I noticed your media seat was next to me, and you sat in a seat that was not yours. You sat next to Kyle, spoke to Kyle the whole time. I felt real like.
So no, that's cap, and I'm going to tell you
that's not cap.
No, the seating arrangement is not cap, but let's also, Kyle was slated to seat on the other side. Because he was reporting for
in the scouts section
95.7 the game, so he was to be over there, and then they had him where like Tony Harvey is. Yeah, he was over there. So all I said was, "Hey, just come over here. I'll sit in the scout seat." Morgan was actually between us. It wasn't.
No.
It wasn't that
Mo ended up being.
No, that's cap.
It was being there.
It was an open seat next to me, which was Morgan. She wasn't there. And then it was Kyle in the scout seat. And then I don't know what the seat next to that was. But you sat all the way over there. And then Kenny, I had to ask Kenny, like, yo, I think Damien's done.
That's cap, bro.
No.
He didn't say anything. He was being a good coworker, good co-host. You got to be down.
Who kept me out till 1 a.m? Who did that?
The group.
No, liar. I see James and Brendan every day. I was out in a
and that, what's it called? Sauce, you were all the way on the other side Woo!
Oh, well, I
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here.
He was
I don't
like,
know
if
what's going
there's
on.
any trouble, I am disassociating myself so that I can
None of
maintain a Sacramento like homestand.
So her interpretation of what happened. Now, all of that's true. That did happen, but her interpretation of why it happened is all.
The
it's all
interpretation of
wrong.
the situation. Trista even met somebody from college there
Yeah.
out of
My-
nowhere.
This guy Darren showed up to the game, said what's up, and I was like, hey,
Yeah, dude was like, "I'll hit you later." I was like, "Hey, do you need me to? What the hell is this? What is going on?" And Tristan's like, "Yeah, I went to college with him."
He was so like unsettled. He was like, so what are you guys doing in the concourse? And I was like, we're just meeting people. And he was like, who are these people? And I was like, they're fans of the show. And he goes, fans of what show? And I go, D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. And he goes, so what are you doing here? And I'm like, they also, I think, are interested in meeting me as well. And he goes, why? I go, I don't know. I don't know.
They were there for you, like
Oh,
that
they
whole
absolutely showed
that
up.
whole
Big ups.
thing we did, like that was for you. We see Warren every game we go to. He came over to see you.
Okay, Warren. Yeah, love some Warren.
All I need you to do, Trista, is I need you to let Memphis know you had a fabulous time.
Yeah,
I
let
told
them
them,
know.
yeah,
Like, it was a
I told them
blast.
Tuesday. They said, yeah, I think the relationship has gotten fractured. That's what they said.
Mm.
I said, listen, I'm more than happy to allow you to step in and try to provide some comparable level of hospitality, but it's gonna be tough. I'm gonna need to meet T. Morant in order for me to feel like it's on the same level. You know what I mean? And he's gonna need to say, yeah.
You're gonna need to hang with T. Morant on the night that Usher is there.
Yeah.
So
Gotta
they
see him in the same spot.
get the little photo op.
Gotta see him in the same
And there's
spot.
gotta be a natural disaster or it's just not the same.
So all of this, and you'll be happy to know it hasn't changed. It's still pouring outside.
I think this weekend is the last one. It's supposed to pop off this weekend.
So, but you guys are okay to go into the studio because you guys are at the house Monday, right? You guys did this show from there.
Which on last Monday?
No,
Last Monday you guys did a show remote, didn't you?
No, we were in the studio last Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we were here.
I did see you on CBS. I was at the
Yeah,
sports bar. I saw Damien do his thing, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's why he was conserving his energy. He had to work. He had to work on CBS."
Well, Sunday. So I was telling Sunday's a work day, but I also told you like that's the most Trista story. Yeah, I met a guy who runs a porn empire, a heroin smuggler, and a guy named the Terror. Like I go and meet Jill at the bar, and you meet like the Terror and Tony Montana.
Dude was like, "Yeah, I'm starting up. I'm about to get my new place in Medellin, Colombia," and I was like, "What do those three places have in common?"
Come on, man.
Mob, cartel.
Come on, man. What's this guy
You
doing,
got the
man?
plot of Boogie Nights happening out at Public House. My
He's
goodness.
like, "Yeah, you got to come to my housewarming party." I was like, "Ooh, I don't know. I'm not sure."
Nah.
And all the girl wanted to see was a purple beam shine into the
That's
sky.
it, man.
All
She
I
didn't even
wanted-
see it, man.
Oh, I mean, if 50 Cent would have been there, that would have been nice too. Why
Yeah.
did he go to the Houston Rockets game and not the Lakers game?
Well, I think it's because he's partnered with Houston and Sacramento, and we
Oh.
picked up on that this year. Is he's in Sacramento when two of his teams are here. The last time I think he was here was the Pacers game, and I did a little research and saw that his alcohol brand is associated with the Pacers.
I see. He's
But
whining.
Skilo was here.
Yeah, Skilo. He was here when you were here.
I didn't see that.
Well, that's because you were taking pictures
Yeah, we
He
were.
And talking
performed
to-
and everything.
and explaining your life to your friend from college.
Oh, I saw CeeLo one time at the Soho House. Oh, we'll have to talk about that off camera sometime.
No, not CeeLo.
Oh.
I wish I was a little
Oh,
bit.
Skilo. Yeah, Skilo. I did see him.
CeeLo, I don't think he's doing halftime shows yet. is he?
No, Skilo. Yeah, no Skilo. I saw him.
And credit to Skilo who found a way to make that song sound different.
Yeah, he had like this dramatic
It had
intro.
a strong beat to it.
It was
Yeah.
moving this way, and then all of a sudden it goes into the okay. I see you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then Morgan made a child cry. So that was cool too.
It happened.
I wasn't gonna tell that story. That's not. Morgan was 1,000% in the right, and I was oblivious as Trysta learned for most of the night. I'm oblivious to my surroundings. I didn't
see it either.
I didn't realize. I saw Morgan getting ready to leave. We had said our goodbyes, and then I heard her say something about she was saying, "Oh, you can't gather here." And then in my head, I thought she was leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, she wasn't, and well, you know how we are. We almost. It almost turned into.
Should have said.
It almost turned into something. We had this. We got to toughen Morgan up a little bit.
Yeah, she
should have called her.
She was worried that she was too mean. It's like no,
no, Morgan, you were not mean, and
What a
Morgan
sweetheart.
does not like confrontation whatsoever.
There he is. There he is.
Kyle Madson.
What's going on, y'all?
Writing the James Wiseman remix.
I'm super hyped for it. Yeah, I figured I'd slide in here 3-4 minutes and then get back to that.
Yeah.
Kyle Madson joins us here. We're all back together.
Yeah.
After a 6, but we did determine Trysta she's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We'll maybe playoffs, maybe the summer, maybe both, maybe permanently.
Because she's gonna be on this side of the country during the tournament.
Yes.
She's like, yo, we hosted a tournament too. Like, pull up. So I don't know. We're working something out.
We'll have to figure that out. Where did Kyle's frozen or no? There he is.
What? No, I'm here.
No, it froze like this
Thanks.
for a second for me. Yeah, no, I'm down. I was saying to Kenny and Damien that Kenny separated himself on media row, so that you guys just were like a little beehive, and then it was just me and Kenny and the popcorn.
Yeah, that was our goal. Damien was like, I am sick of Trysta.
See?
Sit between us.
See? And he was like, I was
Like, I have so many takes about this
I want to
game.
know it's funny. I want to know. I want to be in on the joke too.
Me and Trysta said immediately we would not have challenged that call.
Nope.
Like, no.
Same. That's a bad challenge.
He thought he had the ability to take the ball out at half court or something. Somebody
No,
told
No,
me.
I don't think he did.
he got
knew.
peer pressured
He
into
knew.
it.
He got
Some assistant said that though, that they thought they could bring it up at like the quarter mark.
No, sir.
What?
These are
Wait, hey, ref, what if we just bring it up halfway?
About how far down can we take this? Like soccer, you just kind of throw it in from wherever.
The play they ran wouldn't have worked if they had done that.
No, he might have got a little closer. Though. I remember one time I was at one of the games and I got to see what was going on, right? And
Courtside Kenny.
Go
Go ahead, that's fine.
I wasn't good. I wasn't trying to say that. I was just saying.
A little bit, it's fine.
We all know.
So Mike Brown said how to play that. He's like, no, that didn't happen. Timeout. I want to challenge it. And then the ref goes, he goes, oh, okay, well, you can't challenge that play. So what you mean I can't challenge? He's like, you can't challenge. This is not challengeable. It's like, all right, well, I don't want the timeout then. He's like, you already took the timeout. He's like, I don't want the damn timeout.
I remember that.
He got all mad at him, had to take the timeout.
He nearly went at him on the court. I remember that.
Yeah, I learned that when Mike Brown has his hands in his pockets, he is happen mad.
Yeah,
Fuming.
when he puts his hands in his pockets and just this blank stare forward, he's done. Like there's no quick timeout. Like he knows, look, either they're gonna hit shots and win or not, because I'm not gonna get them to do anything else.
Yeah,
and that
we saw it on Saturday.
That was the look on Saturday. Yeah,
I'm gonna try that. Hands in pockets, staring off into space when I'm upset. That's
when are you
Yeah,
upset?
your hopes when they're just like not on the rundown at all.
Always.
Just put their hands in.
Just get that like. Gotta get the lip going.
You guys gonna go to break or no? You're just not okay. Got it. That's Kyle.
Yep. Big time.
I put this on the rundown. You're not gonna even use
My
it.
headphones are broken in 2 places.
Oh my.
That's a strong D-Lo move right there. Like just to break your headphones. Yeah.
It's really satisfying.
I sent this to Kyle. Did you guys listen to the James Wiseman song?
No.
I missed this.
The song is called Tested.
Some are saying that it's the song of summer 2023.
Wait, he made it?
He made the record?
Yes.
Oh. Is he rapping? Is he singing auto tune? What is it?
Well, he's not playing, so he's doing something.
He's he's not playing. I'll send it to you because it is wild. The song is called Tested, and how he's been tested. And me and Kyle for about 10, 15 minutes were like just postulating on what he's been tested by, like the Santa Cruz Warriors, complex.
Marquise Chris for a minute.
Yep. Complex pick and roll coverages. Here we go. I'll send this to you right now.
It's on SoundCloud.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how you know it's real.
Oh man.
I mean, the
Damien, is that a bomber or a long sleeve shirt or a sweater?
It's a long sleeve shirt. It's like a jersey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's tremendous.
I like it a lot.
The Bagley Wiseman comparisons? Just I saw him during draft night and I didn't want to believe it. I thought, nah, Wiseman's he's gonna be all right. But I mean, it's the same exact career.
I think Bagley might even be better.
I would take Bagley right now.
Well, you can't go ahead.
Actually, I wouldn't. They're all hurt.
Wrist, I think. So he's not playing again.
He always has the Vegas injuries. Like, oh, it's a wrist, but he's out a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what happened to his wrist? Oh, he's just out a while.
He's just got a wrist.
He's always out 3 weeks longer than he should.
Tables.
All right.
He's just hitting things. Before I let you guys run, Kyle, what are you thinking? Kyle Juszczyk props again or no?
All right. Here's the deal. I told you I liked George Kittle.
Okay.
He went off. He had 2 touchdowns.
You did.
I have the numbers here somewhere. In his last 3 games against Seattle, Kittle's 17 for 314 yards and 4 touchdowns. They can't cover him.
Yes.
They cannot.
I just don't know if they're going to throw it that much. Brock Purdy to throw an interception, over half an interception, was plus money.
They must think he's going to literally throw 8 times like Jimmy Garoppolo.
Exactly.
It worked.
Well,
Trysta Krick, you're the best.
You rock.
That was a wild exit. I'm really curious. Is there any bad words in this James Wiseman song?
No, I don't. Not in his verse. Admittedly, I didn't listen to the whole song.
He did a collab. He did a collab with somebody.
A collab. I'm dying.
Why don't we roll it at the break on YouTube?
Good call.
So go to YouTube and watch the show, and then at the break you'll hear it. And then if it's fine, people on the radio can then hear it after the break.
That's great producing there.
Thank you.
From our man Kyle Madson, official introduction, 95.7 The Game, the curator of vibes, and the host of Candlestick Chronicles. Super wild card weekend begins tomorrow with the 49ers and the Seahawks. What's the most concerning thing for the San Francisco 49ers tomorrow?
The weather. It just equalizes things in a way that if they're playing straight up it's 65 and sunny, Seattle, I just don't know what Seattle does. Over the course of a 60-minute game, they might get him a couple times where, a deep shot to Tyler Lockett or DK Metcalf is there, and okay, they make it a little bit of a game. But I just don't know how Seattle hangs with them for 60 minutes. But with the weather, it's a little different. And I know both teams got to deal with the weather, but okay, now a muffed punt is more in play, or a weird fumble, or a bad interception because the ball slipped out of the quarterback's hands. It just, too many weird things can happen in rainy, windy weather. And that's, I think, if you're talking adversity for the Niners, that's the biggest one.
So and I agree with you. And usually, like I've been saying all day, with the fumbles and the turnovers, that's stuff you can't account for when previewing a game, right? Those are game changers, and you just don't know if and when they're going to happen. But I look at even the weather, right? And it's like, all right, well, the weather is what it is. That means it's going to be a defense ball control type game. That ain't what the Seahawks can do better than the 49ers. Like, if it's time to start running the ball, the Seahawks can't stop the 49ers from running the ball in the 2 games that they played this year. And the 49ers stopped the run. I remember in the Raiders game, I can't remember the exact number. Kyle, you probably know it, but people were talking about, the Raiders, going to work on the Niners defense and all this other stuff. And I think one of the announcers was like, Josh Jacobs, he's having the best day all year that somebody has had against the Niners defense. He's now up to 68 yards on the ground.
Right. It was the first time they'd given up more than 70 rushing yards in a game since week 7.
Yeah.
Which
So,
is unbelievable.
If that's what the Seahawks got to do because of the rain, I think that also kind of play. I just don't think that this Seahawks team is built to beat the Niners in any form or fashion without turnovers.
Yeah, I think you're right. And that's why, and it's not, I hate saying that because it sounds like such a homer answer, but you can ask anybody, any smart football person, like the Niners are favored by 10 in a playoff game against a team they've already faced twice. And Seattle scored 1 offensive touchdown against San Francisco all year. And I mean, I think that's a product of it's Shane Waldron, who's a Sean McVay guy, and the Niners always defend Sean McVay's offense well. I just think the Niners are built defensively to slow that offense down and control the areas of the field that Geno Smith kind of thrives in. So, like I said, maybe they take advantage of Diamador Lenore and get him matched up on DK Metcalf a couple times, or they get Talanoa Hufanga biting on a play action and they hit a couple of deep throws and it's closer than we think. Which I'm actually kind of expecting. I think 10 points on the spread is way too many. But I don't know how I don't know how you draw a path to Seattle winning without a couple of weird things happening, like you said.
Is this the healthiest they've been like all year?
Yeah. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo is out. Ambry Thomas is out. Ambry Thomas is a special teams guy. And other than that, they're healthy. Emmanuel, except for guys who are out for the Emmanuel Mosley and Jason Verrett, but
it feels like this is the healthiest they've been in like 2 years.
Seriously, like if you had gone,
and their top 2 quarterbacks are out, by the way,
which is nuts, which is totally insane.
We didn't even mention Trey Lance. Trey Lance is just dead to 49ers people.
I mean, Lance is out, Jimmy's out, but with like the guys that we knew they were going to have going into the last couple of weeks. You had Debo dealing with injuries. You had McCaffrey dealing with injuries, and it's Armstead, and it's Kinlaw, and Aaron Banks, and Dre Greenlaw. There were just all these ways this could have gone sideways, and everybody's playing. And that's a really hard thing to have at this time of year. Like, you want to be playing well, and you want to be healthy. And teams are lucky to have one of those two things, and the Niners have both.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to mention your championship window. Kenny said this, and I actually agree with him, that there's a championship window open for the San Francisco 49ers, like right now. Like it's open right now. And I find that so fascinating because I can't think of a team before where you could say, yeah, this is a championship caliber team this year, next year, almost certainly the year after. For the next 3 years, like windows in the NFL are pretty short. And we have no clue who the starting quarterback for this football team is next year.
Yeah. I think that was on purpose.
Incredible.
I think it's on purpose. Like, Kyle Shanahan's really aware that there are how many quarterbacks in the league that like just by themselves impact the game. It's like Mahomes, Allen, you know, maybe throw Joe Burrow in there. Let's call it 7. Let's just say there's 7 guys and pick your favorite 7 guys. Kyle Shanahan knows that it's really hard to get one of those guys. And I think everybody does. It's not like breaking news. So instead of foregoing other roster building to take these swings to try and find a quarterback, they just said, okay, we're going to load up a team and just find a guy who's good enough. And so they built out this really good defense they have a really good coaching staff too, but a really good defense, an offense with playmakers out the rear end. And that's what allows Mr. Irrelevant to step in and be successful, because they don't like the bar they've set for their quarterback play has been pushed so far down by the assets they have on elsewhere on offense and then on defense. And that just extends the margin of error when you have a quarterback who is in it. You know, Jimmy Garoppolo is somewhere between like 15 and 20 of your ranking guys, 13 if you want to be generous, I guess. I don't know. Like, he's just kind of a middle of the road guy, but you're a championship contender. And then you put in Brock Purdy, who is Mr. Irrelevant and just, you know, for the most part looks like one of those guys who like, okay, yeah, you can win with them. and you're winning 10 in a row and favored by 10 in a playoff game. So, yeah, I think that this is a really good team that, like you said, it's sustainable. Like, I think they're going to be good for a while.
Kyle Shanahan, I was listening to your station earlier this morning,
Mm.
and it was like some rumbling. Nobody put him like on the chopping block, on the firing block if he lost. But they had a question like, "Oh, if he loses this game, is there some things that we got to question here?" And I said, "Come on, man, no, it's absolutely not." It's actually the opposite after this regular season. I think Kyle Shanahan is on his way to a Mike Tomlin type run. Like, I don't see him not being with the Niners. He's going to get 10 years with the Niners. He's already at 6 right now, right? Like,
yeah. Why would he not? Why would he not? Like, what evidence is there? If you start getting into like Andy Reid territory where you're just, you've gone to the NFC title game a bunch of times and you're not getting over the hump, and it's just kind of like, all right, well, got to change something. Then okay, but if they lose on Saturday, Kyle Shanahan's not going. The bar that he gets judged on is insane.
It's wild.
It is. Do you know who should get fired? Brandon Staley.
Yeah,
playing Mike Williams in a meaningless game. Mike Williams, who is a very important player for them, and having him break his freaking back in a meaningless football game. That's the kind of thing that you get on the radio and go, dude, if the Chargers lose this game, Brandon Staley's seat should get hot. That's not, hey, if they lose with Mr. Irrelevant at quarterback in the rain, is it time to pack it in on Kyle Shanahan? That's nuts.
After winning 10 games in a row.
After winning 10 in a row and going to a Super Bowl and going to an NFC title game, like, dude, the lack of patience some people have with this team is unbelievable. And I've never seen him win a title. I've never seen him win a Super Bowl. And I'm not sitting here going like, fire him now. Like, that would just be, it's nuts.
And to be fair to all those people, they weren't saying that. Like, those might, but
not the people on the station, but it's out there.
Yeah, the fact that it's even a question with some people is like, yo, y'all got to stop this.
Yeah, the head coach spot is not a question for the 49ers anytime soon.
No.
Is Mike Shanahan the reason Kyle gets judged this way?
Huh. That's really interesting. Maybe a little bit, but I think it's because he was like, we started hearing, I think, yes, in this way, like we started hearing about Kyle Shanahan in Houston, like in 2008, 2009. And he was Mike Shanahan's kid. And oh, wow, look at him. He's getting Matt Schaub to lead the league in passing. And he's unbelievable. And then he goes to Washington and he has that huge year with RG3. And then he goes to Cleveland and that team stunk, but their offense like wasn't bad, even though it was like Brian Hoyer and some guys. And then he goes, of course, to Atlanta and has the MVP year with Matt Ryan. And they have this awesome offense.
And it was there where it started, like, because he held the heat for the Super Bowl.
Right.
Which is, again,
ridiculous.
They go 500 yards in the second half. What are we
like?
doing?
We're probably a handful of years from people thinking Kyle Shanahan was the head coach of that Atlanta Falcons team.
I genuinely think like more than 5% of like an average football fan would probably like be like, oh yeah, he was the head coach. It's wild. It's so wild. But anyways, so I think there was just such a long buildup. And it was like, okay, he is a wonderkind. And then you hear people around the league like he's a genius. He's amazing. Guys not associated with the 49ers. And so this bar gets set for him like, hey, if you have Kyle Shanahan, you should be winning. And they, from an NFL standpoint, like they do, when you look league wide, like they win at a pretty good clip under Kyle Shanahan. So I don't know. I think a lot of teams would probably take a Super Bowl trip, an NFC title trip, and then another playoff trip in a 4-year span.
Yeah.
Frankie J and Baby Bash are performing tomorrow.
Where?
Niners by 50.
Niners game?
Halftime, yeah.
My Jazz knows like Baby Bash.
Everybody knows Baby Bash. Baby, like dude, Like my guy,
I think she might have
been here.
Like
I think he performed at every single KSFM Cinco de Mayo concert we ever did.
Baby Bash, yeah, I'm in there. I got nothing going on.
He could go do Cyclone. That's a timely record. He could go do that.
That was a big one. That was a big
It'll be fitting in that weather. Oh, and Brock Purdy played for Iowa State, the Cyclones. Look at that.
There we go. Bring it all together.
Nailed it.
All together. Real quick before you get you out of here, Kyle.
I got nowhere to be.
The weather, like, do you really think, like, because a lot of times we see this type of stuff, right? And it's like, oh, the weather, it's gonna be crazy, it's gonna change, and then it's like ends up being almost a regular game. Like even that Bears game before it got crazy, like the first half was pretty normal. It wasn't.
It was pretty mild.
They were passing the ball. Things were happening. Like, do you think it's still gonna be a bit of a regular game as long as it's not like a typhoon?
Now, based on the amount of rain we've seen the last few days, like George Kittle said he's been without power for 4 days.
Oh my.
Like, I think it's real. I think the weather is going to be a real thing. By the way, I drove home that night in that wind.
Remember
that was not crazy. I got a dent in the top of my car because something fell on top of my car.
Oh my!
Wait, real talk?
Yeah, while I was driving, I'm just cruising along because I'm on 160, so there's all those trees on the levee, right?
Yeah.
And I'm cruising. I'm driving super slow because there's branches and boulders in the middle. Not boulders. What are those? Stumps? Like just in the middle of the road. And so I'm like driving real slow, and all of a sudden, just boom! I just felt something hit the top of my car. And then I got home, and sure enough, there's a dent, a huge scratch on the top of my car.
Oh,
wow,
man.
Yeah,
I'm glad you got out of there when you did because it got way worse.
Yeah.
A few hours later. Yeah. Everyone made it safe, though. Everybody made it safe. Poll question right now. What do you think happens this weekend? 41% 49ers win close. 39% say 49ers win in a blowout. We're up to 21%. Thinking the Seahawks win, either win close or in a blowout.
Ramsey's out here.
Well, Ramsey's creating burner accounts and getting the votes in. Kyle Madson, we appreciate you.
Kyle, I said the Niners cover. That's what I say.
Okay, I don't think they do. I think it's gonna be close. I think they win though.
James Ham joins us probably if he's done with this podcast. He's here in the building when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
That was a fun hour. Now let's go share Chrome. Boom. And here we.
If you go like to his chest and then go to that area. No, James Wiseman's chest.
Sometimes I can't even recognize my own reflection. I done been tested, man, I've been tested. When I'm at my worst, I end up learning on my best shit. I done been for my blessings. I done been tested like Tommy.
Resistance, feel the spike, infested, tested like a number.
All right, here we go.
Get him, James. Did he say beating off my enemies?
Oh, what? That was tough. That number 2. Yeah, I'm with Kyle. That number 2 line was tough. Oh man.
Can I run it back?
I'm like a number 2 pencil, like the pencils that she takes like she gets a Scantron. And then when she has a Scantron, it needs a number 2 pencil.
And these rap lyrics high on the freeway. The number 2 pencil. I've been tested like the number 2 pencils you trying to test with. Driving down the freeway. Man, I feel so reckless. All these words I spit. And these rap lyrics highly infested with deep thoughts and deep scars and deep feelings. I can't live my life without you. Resistance, feel the spiteful. Steady beating on my enemies, but still can't get the title. Tidal waves ripping through my mind. I keep it at bay, keep it in God's hands. Forgive my sins and then wash away. Got so much food for thought from my life. I got a new plate. Can't let these haters tear me down. They be testing my faith, but then I wake, awaken from my sleep. My dreams in my face. These trials of life, searching for freedom like I'm beating the case. Tested, man, I've been tested. Sometimes I don't even recognize my own reflection. I done been tested, man, I've been tested. I can't let today get in the way of all my blessings.
Yeah, I've been.
It
That was
wasn't.
okay.
It
No, it was
wasn't.
okay.
No, it
The number
wasn't.
two
I've been
Vince Vaughn
tested,
was terrible.
and then it's a multiple choice. So I had to go down to the store, the student store, and I had to get a Scantron. And then the Scantron requires the number 2 pencil.
That was the
And
low
so
point. That was
it
absolutely
was-
low
That
point.
was tough.
The low point is when he said he's beating off his enemies. That's crazy.
I think he might have said beating all my enemies. I hope he didn't say he was beating off his enemies.
No wonder he's so ineffective on the court.
Oh,
He's like, that's
Buddy,
the
your focus is in the wrong place.
oh my goodness.
He's posting up.
Oh,
He's been
man.
tested. That's the case. Been tested for sure.
Oh my God. Oh.
SoundCloud, baby.
What is it that makes trash NBA players, except for Dame Lillard, go, I'm going to rap?
But Dame Lillard's not a trash NBA player, though.
That's what I said. I said, except Dame.
I don't
I
know.
don't know, man.
Based on the rapper NBA player,
I mean,
like, it feels like the worse you are at rapping.
like, I mean, no, Ron, I think Ron still takes when the artist formerly known as Ron Artest.
Sure.
Ron handed me that CD and asked me to play it on KSFM.
Oh my God.
I was like, Ron, I was like, bro, yeah, I'll listen to it.
Oh yeah, Shaq rapped. That was tough.
Shaq wasn't
Oh,
bad.
Shaq could go though. Well,
What song was Kobe featured in?
Brian McKnight.
yeah, he
Then
was
he had his
featured.
own
He had a
song.
couple of his own records,
And he
but
does the same.
the
Yeah,
that's the Brian McKnight remix. That's whole.
Oh, okay.
You swore slicing gently through my body.
Man.
Kobe. I'll tell you the one now. Always remember Kobe and Tyra Banks.
Mm-hmm.
KOBE.
All right, we're coming back.
All right. See you
Oh.
guys.
Bye, Kyle.
Goodbye now.
Oh, that was a fun commercial break.
That was. Hey, can I give a shout out to
That was fun.
I talk to this guy. I talk about this guy all the time.
Mm-hmm.
With our guy Rob Perez,
Mm-hmm.
Worldwide Wobe.
Mm-hmm.
He did that ingenious thing that maybe it's simple, but it's really good. A little like a golf leaderboard. He did that. He does that every month for MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year, Most Improved, Sixth Man, to keep track of like how things change.
Mm-hmm.
And MVP's got Jokic. Defensive Player of the Year, I don't even know who that is. He's got Paolo.
You don't know who the Defensive Player of the Year is?
Oh, that's Jaren Jackson. Because he has them by their picture.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So
right. I got
Yeah,
you.
I couldn't tell. That's
I
Jaren
got
Jackson.
you. Okay.
Paolo, Rookie of the Year. Most Improved, Shea. Sixth Man, Jordan Poole.
Okay.
Coach of the Year, Jock Vaughn. Executive of the Year, not sure who that is. For the first time all year, Clutch Player of the Year, De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, man. Like, what are we even doing with that? Like, if De'Aaron has all of the stats, like, I feel like they wanted to create a cute award and give it to somebody. Like, what the hell does Clutch Player of the Year award? What does Clutch Player mean? What does Clutch Player of the Year
I
mean?
don't know.
Because if this shouldn't be the first time we're hearing De'Aaron's name associated with this.
Yeah,
Plus, he loves the Kings.
he does.
Because them boys at the Athletic, they sure don't give a damn about the Kings, and they had someone else's name in there.
Except for Jason. That's it.
Well, yeah, I meant the. I
Yeah,
meant
people.
the. I
I know
meant the
exactly what you mean.
Hollingers
Yeah.
and the
I know exactly what
Harpers.
you mean.
and
I was just styling out our guy. But yeah, the rest of them, they don't even watch the Kings, bro.
oh,
The
man.
the barista.
Thanks for the reminder, Jesse. I was about to start rolling till like 3:28. Jesse was like, "Don't forget, you just went for like an hour straight. You're gonna have to take another commercial break, stupid." Oh man.
But I mean, with that award though, like the guy's got like all the numbers. How could he not
Mhm.
win?
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Somebody last night was like, I think Jill tweeted out, "Oh, Luka's definitely winning that Clutch Player of the Year." Well, you don't. Fox has all the numbers. What are you talking about?
Yes, but who would they rather have it?
Oh, they give.
Well, we can't.
They giving Lucas.
I was going to say we
hardware.
can't give him the MVP award this year, so
That's why they created this.
Give him the clutch player of the year. Yeah, it's so, as Michael Scott would say, nebulos. They could just hand it to anybody and rationalize it. Michael Scott sometimes uses words he doesn't understand. You'll get there. Like 30 years. Will you watch all the episodes of The Office before Ryan Patrice gets married?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm telling you, it's gonna be a big Office run for me once basketball's over.
You literally said that last year. Literally the same exact thing. You said that same exact thing last year. You watched 5 episodes, and it was like 4 months between episode 4 and 5. And I honestly don't think you watched 5 episodes. I think you watched 1 and then skipped to the basketball episode.
No, I watched them because the second episode was
I can't remember
when he was trying to. He gave cards and he was having people empathize with different races.
It's Diversity Day.
Yeah, Diversity Day is the second episode.
What happens first? Because they're going to make the playoffs. What happens first? Kings win a title or KC finishes all of The Office?
Kings win the title.
I ain't going to argue with that one. I don't know. I don't know, though.
Might happen in June.
I like, yeah, see, that's the whole reason why I might not argue with that. But I like The Office. I do.
See, what you got working for you now, though, is because you've slow played this for 2.5 years. You can watch the Superfan episodes. So the Superfan episodes on Peacock, not even the premium version, just the regular Peacock. You could watch the Superfan versions, which are fun. They're like 5 minutes longer, 6 minutes longer. Some of the episodes.
Is it just like hidden footage? Or
all of the like deleted scenes are added back.
Mm.
So all of the scenes that they cut when they made the final episode, they're all added back. And there's a lot of, like, I was watching, they just posted season 5. There's so much I've never seen, like some of the stuff I've seen on the, on YouTube before.
Yeah.
A lot of these things I've never seen before. And there's some of them are really good stuff. Some of the cut scenes add a ton of context to a scene that didn't make sense. So like watching the Superfan episodes are fun.
How many times have you seen The Office? Like in its totality.
I'm going to be completely honest. Answering that, even venturing to answer it, would be embarrassing. I don't know. And there's a lot. I mean, truth be told, like Saturday or Sunday mornings, like I told you, I hate these countdown shows.
Oh.
So even during the football season, it's almost always on like Comedy Central. So if it's like I'm just getting back from the walk, just getting my bearings, relaxing, I love having something on that's familiar. And if I'm working or just completely zoning out or taking a nap, The Office is playing. Again, it would be embarrassing to acknowledge how many times I've probably seen some of those episodes.
You mentioned some though. Those Saturday, Sunday mornings when nothing is on, they about to get rough. Because you're up a lot earlier than I am. I don't have that. When I get up at usually if I get up at 7, it's because I got something to do. Something. Like he's got a game or something like that. So it doesn't really impact me, but maybe I'll get up at 9. It's like, oh man, an hour before NFL starts, or the Knicks aren't playing a game. Like Knicks are usually the one that plays like the 9 o'clock game. Oh, they're not playing, so there's no basketball on. It's tough when it gets from February to really September. It's tough. Although I watch college basketball. There's a lot of college basketball on.
I like watching college basketball, but where I'm different than you is I don't like watching every college basketball game. It's like if there's some good schools playing, or if if the notice pops up on the screen that says close game between, it's like, oh, I'll click on that. I'll watch that.
Apple TV sends me that. Why do you send me this?
So you could click on it. You could turn it off.
I don't even. Well, I think I do have Apple TV, but like if a game is close on ESPN. They'll be like close game. I can turn on Apple TV and watch ESPN. I need to do something with that $5.
Well, I don't know that that's the,
or is that?
I think that's the Apple TV device that does that, not necessarily the Apple TV.
Oh, so I could go there and I might not even be able to watch it.
Well, no, Apple TV is like it's like a Netflix. So you're watching. You don't have a streaming service, so no, it wouldn't do anything for you. Because you don't have a streaming service.
I don't know why they keep sending me that stuff.
Well, because it's turned on somewhere on your phone.
I know I have it. I know I have Apple TV because I watch baseball.
There's a really good show on Apple TV called Truth Be Told
I
with
feel like I've heard about that.
Octavia Spencer.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
good. It's really, really good.
I've
I
seen,
think
like,
the
a
third
commercial for that.
season is about to come out. By the way, for those who haven't seen it or who care about this type of stuff, because I've been waiting for it, Wakanda Forever, Disney Plus, February 1st.
You still haven't seen it yet?
Do I lose my card if I say
No.
I haven't seen it?
No.
I haven't seen it. It got to a point where I wanted to see it when it, like, the first day it came out. We had something that weekend, and I don't remember what it was. I don't know if it was games or what it was, but it was like, okay, I'm not getting it to it this weekend. And then the next weekend went, and then it just became, well, I'll just wait. And I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. February 1st, Disney Plus, Wakanda Forever is there. Yeah. James Ham is here as well. He literally came in, said hi to Kenny, and left. I'm going to go track him down and make him come back, and we'll talk to him when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader. We also got Kings tickets coming up in this final hour, so don't go anywhere. We'll close out the week strong here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I know. That was. I'd rather admit how many times I've seen The Office than admit that I haven't seen Wakanda Forever yet.
Yeah, this one it's not. It's
Introduced it and didn't stay for it.
Introduced where?
I introduced the movie at one of the theaters here.
Oh yeah,
and didn't stay for it.
Oh, well, yeah. Don't say that now.
That's how you know you're big time.
All right. Scratch that hit the dump button. Don't let anybody know.
Dr. Umar had
Be right back.
I laughed at a video he had about Black Panthers.
Dr. Umar. Oh Lord, I
Dr. Umar. I said, "Come on, man." Dr. Umar, wow, bro. Come on, Jordan. Yeah, John. It was really sad. It was sad. It was a good movie. They did what they had to do, but it was sad. Yeah, the second one. It was a sad movie.
Yeah, that was hard to watch. I mean, I thought it was really good though.
No, it was a good movie. It was necessary.
Yeah.
They had to do what they had to do, but in the way they played everything out, that was necessary too. But it was sad. It was sad.
Yeah.
Dr. David, I sure hope Loma and Haney's going down. I sure hope so. I don't know with these kids anymore.
Megan told me she has an idea for a live show.
Oh.
For the
do on KC. Live on the road remote show.
We want to do that with the pod.
I'm gonna get the details after the show's over. Let's try to get paid for it. We can lump it all together.
Hell yeah.
I know Punch Bowl Social. They did one for some dudes that have a pod in Hawaii and gave them a whole corner and let them do a live show after a game.
Oh wow, very nice.
They wouldn't let us on the premises to do that, would they?
Golden One or Delco? Them we couldn't do Golden One.
No, but
they would keep us out of there.
Punch Bowl would be a party.
But yeah, I think we could work with a different business.
Maybe do a pregame and then do a postgame. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, it's so damn crowded out there before games. Like there's so many people down there in Delco.
Yeah.
Even in the rain.
I want to go outside. Hold on, I got it. What's going on here? You guys.
For the Dolphins this year.
Oh, gosh, I don't want to hear that.
Probably have that when he's on the field.
Get off. Hold on.
Hey, every time I close my eyes.
Who is that?
No.
What are you watching?
This is a boxing face-off. He started singing Jodeci.
Well, the backpack is from Dora the Explorer, I believe.
Oh my goodness!
Wow. Yeah, every time I close my eyes.
Bro,
Whoa.
how did we get there
What
on
is-
this face-off?
What is happening?
I just tweeted it out. Oh my God.
What is happening? Starting to think that maybe Kenny follows the wrong people.
Follows the wrong sport, I guess. Goodness gracious. What are these people doing?
I keep missing Drake bars. I need to hear Drake bars.
12:20.
12:20
After
every
wins.
Kings win.
What would it take for some handbars?
Hey,
Ooh, I don't know.
did you see the clip? I think I just saw it. Maybe I retweeted. But Paul Pierce telling the story about Magic Johnson not letting him win.
Mm-mm. Live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You could watch us on Facebook Live. You could watch us at ESPN1320 on Twitter, wherever you're watching or listening. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We got some Kings tickets coming your way this hour. About 20 minutes or so, we'll be sending you to see the Sacramento Kings take on Toronto January 25th at the Golden One Center. We welcome in our ESPN 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, also creator of the Kings Beat. New episode of the Kings Beat, I'm guessing, drops right at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, it depends on how fast I can upload it while we're on here.
There we go. It might actually drop while we're talking.
That's funny.
But we bring James Ham here as the Sacramento Kings get ready to take on the Houston Rockets for the second time in 3 days. Hammer, how you feeling? The elusive 5 games.
Oh boy.
The date's in our notes somewhere.
April 18th.
Is that the day?
I think it is.
2016?
Yeah.
It was the last time they were, or 2006, excuse me,
2006.
2006. The last time they were 5 games over 500. Does it happen tonight?
I don't know. I was a much younger man then.
Well, that was a long time ago, James. That was
I only had one son the last time
well,
that happened. The other one he's now 15.
that's crazy.
You know, James, I said something.
That's crazy.
He will drive. Will they win get 5 games over 500 before he gets his learner's permit? That's the question.
James, I said something yesterday that I actually really believe. I always say whatever I believe. There ain't no shock value.
Wait,
Yeah.
you really believe this
Yeah.
one?
I'm about to
As
say,
opposed to when he said something, he was just full of crap.
well, that's when I say, the Raiders are a really tough team.
Oh yeah, we
They
all
play hard.
know that. Yeah.
But I said there's a possibility that if they get over this 5 game over 500 hump, they ain't coming back. They ain't coming back. And now I'm like all the way in. When they do it, I don't know if it's today or whenever they do it. When they do it, they're not coming back. They're gonna stay at least 5.
This is their best chance to do it, especially with who they play Sunday.
I think it's like a hump that you need to get over. It once you get over this, it becomes much easier to go get the 6th, to get the 7th, to get the 8th, which they could string together right here without any problems. I mean, you got San Antonio, the Lakers, and then OKC.
OKC
Go
the hell
beat
out of
that.
them.
Yeah.
OKC
They're
is tough.
sneaky. They got like 19 wins right now.
They're physical. They've got a star. They've got some great defensive players. Giddey is a stud. I love Lou Dort. How many players on that team would you love to have on your team? And I don't want Poku, but outside of that, I would take Giddey. I would.
What's the Williams, the rookie?
Well, they have 2 Jalen Williams.
Jalen Williams. That's what it is.
So
The one
one
with the
of
afro.
The Jalen Williams is really good.
I even like that one guy. I forgot his name, but he's been on the Thunder for a couple years with the shag,
Kendrick?
the light skin guy with the
Kendrick
shag.
Williams.
Kind of like him. I've always kind of liked him.
Yeah, see, like that team has a bunch of players. The problem that they have is that they got all those draft picks and none of them are super, super high. Of course, they did get, Chet this year, so we're seeing them without Chet. But I'd also say, like, they keep running into this problem that they don't have enough roster spots. So last year they had to waive players that you just wouldn't typically waive because they don't have enough space for all these young players. And eventually you would expect them to go out and try to make a big trade to get better. and to speed up their process, but they seem perfectly fine just like sitting back and waiting this thing out and hoping that they find their version of Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden like they did once before.
Yeah, a game next Friday is going to be a fight.
Mm-hmm.
That game with Oklahoma City is going to be an absolute fight.
Oh yeah, they're tough, man. They don't.
Shea and
mess around.
De'Aaron are going for like 80 combined points.
Yeah, I think that is one of those games where you need De'Aaron to step up and like into that role and say, look, he might be an all-star, but so am I.
Yeah, absolutely. Houston Rockets tonight. There's a belief that the Kings really didn't play well on Wednesday, but they did in the fourth quarter. Where do you balance the first three quarters with the final quarter?
Like, look, they're NBA players. They've got a bunch of NBA players on that roster. Whether they're great NBA players or whether
they being Houston.
Yeah, Houston. They've got a top tier talent in Jalen Green. Alperen Şengün is absolutely like a joy to watch. He's funky, but man, he can play. Again, talk about a team that you wouldn't mind having a couple of players like Tate is. I really like him. I really like KJ Martin. They tried to give KJ Martin away during the offseason. Like, why weren't teams lining up for this? This is what he's done every single time. And again, it just cements the fact that that's who the Kings are missing. They need one of those guys. They don't have that guy that can just come in and hammer down 5 or 6 balls on you and like really be impactful in like a short burst. But they hit shots. That's it. They weren't that impressive. They just hit shots. They came into the game one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in the league, and early on they were hitting. Once they cooled off, the Kings ran them over, or like what was it, 40-20 in the
40-20, 41-20.
Yeah, 41-20 in the fourth, right? And like I think it goes back to like who is this Kings team, and they keep showing us that they're a group that can come out and in a short span run over somebody, and it doesn't have to be just Sabonis or Fox. It can be someone else. And I really like the way that I saw De'Aaron Fox. He had 9 points, and then you saw him kind of pull back and realize that Trey Lyles was on fire, and he just kept feeding him. And Fox had 6 assists in the fourth quarter. Like very, very impressive. Like the recognition, the understanding that it's not about you. It's not about you trying to get to the all-star team. It's not about you becoming the clutch player of the year, Mr. Clutch. It's about winning a game and bringing up a fellow teammate when they have an opportunity, when they catch fire. I thought it was a really good moment of growth for him. And another moment where Trey Lyles just like, 6, 7, 8 times this season where the Kings just flat out wouldn't have won a game without Trey Lyles. Like his impact on a game has been really, really interesting to watch. Like it's not every night, but you can single out game after game where he was so huge in crucial moments of the game and led to a victory. And that's good. That's good for a guy who's 8, 9, 10 in your rotation.
Yeah. And I agree with what you talked about with De'Aaron Fox in that fourth quarter. And, he had the 9 points, but then he went into playmaker mode. And we talk about how Trey Lyles took over the fourth quarter and played well in the fourth quarter, but Damian brought it up. De'Aaron Fox, 9.6 assists in the fourth quarter. Yeah, like that was point guard level stuff in that fourth quarter, the way he took over offensively. And to go along with that, I thought he started to turn off the water on Jalen Green a little bit and was doing a good job on him in that fourth quarter as well. It's not as flashy as what we see when he's, making 17 points in the fourth quarter, but he was just as dominant in that game in the fourth.
Yeah, no, I thought he was totally dominant. I mean, it's what you want to see from him is there's so many different ways to win a game, and you need to figure out different ways during the season. And it can't just be about De'Aaron Fox going for 17 points and taking over and winning a game. And I thought it was one of those like really, really good leadership moments. And he's had a couple of them this season where I felt the same way, where he saw where he could just like put the throttle down and just run someone off the court. But instead he got his teammates involved. He let them be part of the process. Even go back to last year, the Chimezie Metu 3 in the corner where Fox drove the lane, found Chimezie for the open 3, and they won the game. I mean, it was 100% on him. He could have easily gone up and and tied the game at the rim, but he found his guy in the corner and instilled that confidence in him. And it's something also he said that he's really working on putting the ball at the perfect spot for his teammates to shoot. And that's a major growth piece for De'Aaron.
Growth seems to have been the growth in coaching seems to have been kind of key words this week following the Lakers game on Saturday and into the Orlando game. And then again, the Houston game on Wednesday. I thought you had one of the great sound bites from Keegan Murray yesterday that we played on the show where he was talking about coaching and being challenged by Mike Brown. And I know you wrote about that on the Kings Beat last night.
Yeah, there's something about Mike Brown that I think people just miss, right? He is all over these guys on the court. He is holding everyone accountable. They're if you listen closely to the postgame and the pregame, but really the postgame, you'll hear the players talk about it, how Trey Lyles said that, Mike Brown has been on him because he's a really, really good rebounder, and he's proven that he can really be a great offensive rebounder this season, but he's not getting this same sort of traction on the defensive rebounding boards. And he's like, why is that? And it's something, no one ever figured out that with Carl Landry. He's one of the great offensive rebounders in the game during his time with the Kings, and Houston never was a good defensive rebounder at all. And it's because there's no, you don't get anything for getting a good defensive rebound. You go to the other end of the court, offensive rebound, usually if you're a big man, you're right near the rim and you get to go back up and score some points. So he challenged Trey Lyles to be a better defensive rebounder, and all of a sudden he's all over the place. But then Trey brought something up too, that it plays into this whole discussion, that Mike Brown told him that in front of the entire team, that Mike Brown is taking moments where he's laying it out there, what the expectations are for every single player, but he's not doing it behind closed doors all the time. Sometimes he's doing it in front of the rest of the team. So not only do you have an expectation, what's expected of you, but now your teammates start to have an expectation of what the coaching staff wants from this player and this player and this player. So if those guys aren't living up to what they're doing, a teammate can go over and, hey man, you only got one defensive rebound, you need to step it up. Or, hey, you don't want it to be called out. And so I think it plays back to what we heard from Keegan. Keegan is the poster child for Mike Brown, throwing him under the bus at this point, because Mike Brown has never really singled out an individual player and said, you did something wrong or you're not doing something well enough to the media. He's done it behind closed doors, clearly. But he's really hard on Keegan behind closed doors. He's been hard on him in the media. He's demanding more and more and more from Keegan. And at the same time, as soon as basketball is over, he's putting his arm around the kid. He's supporting the kid. He's making sure that, he's part of their family. And I thought it was really interesting for Keegan to say that Mike Brown has become a total father figure for him. And, and again, Keegan Murray has a very good father, a father who's very engaged, who's taught them, who's coached their basketball teams for years and everything else, a very engaged father. But for him to have someone here as a young man who's on his own for the first time, who's got family struggles going on back, at home, and who has all year long, and who, really it's so hard. And people forget too, this is a twin. He's an identical twin. And people forget, he and his brother are 3 or 4 minutes apart. They've lived together forever. They've shared the same car. They had an apartment together. That tie, leaving that behind, this is a kid that needs a ton of support. And Mike Brown is checking off so many boxes for not only for his players and his team, but for me as well, as someone who covers him every day. He's not leaving anything to chance. He's making sure he's touching base with every single player all the time. He's keeping them engaged. He's keeping Terrence Davis engaged even when he's not playing. And then when he is playing, the expectations don't change. It's a consistency that this franchise has lacked for so long. And I really think he was the perfect coach at the right time for this team.
There's a personal element that Mike Brown brings to the table that gives him the leeway and the cachet to kind of criticize these guys basketball wise. when needed, right? Like I feel like you talk about him, saying whatever he says to Keegan, then afterwards putting his arm around him. I mean, stuff like that, like having that type of relationship, I know as a player, and I try to do as a coach, I can accept the things you're telling me, because you're not coming at me, the person, or me, the player, just to come at me. You're coming at me because you, number one, think I'm capable of it, and you want to see the best out of me, and there's a level of, I love you. I love you. You ain't never got to worry about that. This is never personal. You know what I mean? This is, you got a job to do, or I expect you to handle something there. And as long as, these players all have that type of relationship with Mike Brown, where they can feel that from him, you can always go back to Metsu, even though he hadn't played in however many days, or Terrence Davis, or, Keegan, start him out there and expect 3 rebounds, because there's a personal element that Mike Brown brings that I don't think not all NBA coaches bring to the workplace, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this so many times. This is my 9th NBA head coach in my 13th year. So, like, I've covered everything under the sun. But, Paul, Keith Smart, Michael Malone, Tyrone Corbin,
George Karl
Karl
didn't put his arm around the rookie.
Okay, but I'll make a distinction. I think that, like, it's my job to break down barriers between the head coach and myself, right? It's almost like, I know this sounds strange, but in a lot of ways, it's almost like, for people who are out there, like, you have to figure out what it is that your boss likes, right? Like, the way that they function, the way that they act, the things that they appreciate and the things that they don't appreciate. Like, it's your job when you get a new boss to figure out your new boss, right? Do they let you take longer breaks, or are they like they're counting every tick type guy? Are they okay with a bunch of request days off, or are they not? Or, like, what kind of boss are they, and how do they function, all that. So as a reporter, they're not my boss, but I have to treat them in sort of that way, where I need to figure out ways to break down barriers. And I'm usually pretty good at it, like, just because that's my personality. I can break in with, like, I can have conversations with just about anyone. But I often, in the course of my time covering this team, feel like there are coaches who have great relationships with me, but do not have those same relationships with their players. They don't have that ability to have those same exact sort of moments with their players. And that's because one of the players, some of them don't understand that that's part of it. You need to figure out your coach. You need to figure out what makes them tick, and the do's and don'ts for every coach. But also, some coaches, they just don't, like, they have their assistants do it. They overlook that aspect of it, of the personal touch. And that's where I really do believe that Mike Brown has an ability to connect with so many different types of people, but also to be really hard on someone on the court, and then to be a father figure off the court. Not everyone has that ability. And, like, it's not that I'm calling out Dave Yeager, or I'm calling out like Luke Walton, but I can tell you that I had really good relationships with both of those guys. And I know specific players who did not have good relationships with them at all. And so I don't think we've seen that with Mike. There isn't a single player that doesn't feel like they're part of the family. And that's a big thing.
We've got tickets to see our family, known as the Sacramento Kings, coming up January 25th. It'll be the Sacramento Kings versus Toronto, and we've got those for you right now. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. Again, the Kings, Golden One Center, January 25th. Caller number 3 right now, 916-909-1320. Do you think a conversation was had this week, like specific conversations? Because I think about your conversation with Keegan, but we also heard Trey Lyles talk about being challenged to rebound more. And I think about the way Terrence Davis has looked on the floor, even in kind of the ugly minutes of the Orlando game, and then the way he looked in the starting position on Wednesday. Do you think some guys were pulled aside following that Los Angeles game, and it's like, hey, let's reset here. These are my expectations for you. This is what I want from you. This is what I expect of you. This is what I believe that you can do. Some of you guys haven't been getting playing time. Chimezie Metu, great example. Here's how you're going to get it, and laid everything out for those guys, because it seems to have been a talking point with a lot of guys this week.
Yeah, I'm going to
say
guess
a lot, a couple of guys this week.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that there has been some pretty like tough love moments here over the last couple of weeks. There are players who aren't playing extremely well, guys that are up and down, guys that are, in and out of the rotation, but even a guy like Malik Monk, who's been like, it's been all over the board. Like, you have no idea sort of what you're getting from him each and every night. You hope that you're getting the same energy, but you're not getting the same production.
He needs Chimezie. He ran the numbers. He needs Metu out there with him. That's his running buddy.
No, I totally agree with that. But I think at some point, like, the players have to take some personal ownership of why it is that you haven't gone 8 games over 500 at this point, because it's been there so many times.
Mm-hmm.
You had the let up against Washington, the let up against Charlotte, the let up against the Lakers, let up against the Hawks. Like, these are like coming to Jesus moments in the NBA, where it's like, if you want to be an elite team, if you want to be a team that doesn't like just make the play in and get bounced by like one of these championship contenders that are sandbagging, then you need to start pushing. You need to get better. You need to, like, it's now or never. It's this stretch of games at home when you have this opportunity to really become, a 3-4 seed. And it might not be like a really solid 3 or 4 seed in the Western Conference, but it doesn't mean you're still not there. The standings don't lie.
Right.
You can still be a team that gets bounced in the first round, but man, if you have an opportunity, you're the 5th seed right now. If you win tonight, you go back up to the 4th seed. Like, if somehow you get a home game, a home series, like, at least you have a shot. You have a shot to go beyond the first round, not a shot to win the whole thing. I'm not being like crazy here, but you got a shot to take someone down in the first round. And that's where they should be thinking. I kind of relay it to like the same way. If I'm Domantas Sabonis, you made 2 All-Star games right now. You make a 3rd All-Star team, you're on the cusp of being a Hall of Fame player. You need probably 3 more and you're in. 3 more and a bunch of wins in the playoffs and stuff like that. But you're starting to see where, like, if you're in that position as a player, man, you got to be all in every single night, which is what we see from him. But you need to be all in every single night, because all of a sudden you're talking about a legacy for you and your dad, and, like this incredible lineage of Hall of Fame players and all that stuff. Like, it's one thing to make the league. It's another thing to, be a starter. It's another thing to like be a top tier starter. It's another thing to make an all-star team. But now you start to compile a career. And that's what I think the Kings need to start looking at right now. Like, how do we get to that next level? And we can't just keep saying it, well, maybe next year. Like, if it's there for the taking this year, why not? Like, go push, try to be as good as you can be. It doesn't hurt you. I mean, what's it going to hurt you? A couple of draft spots? You already kind of killed yourself in the draft if you make the playoffs. So this is a moment where I think that they're starting to learn how good they are, how good they can be, and kind of take it from there.
James, I said it, and I'm not joking. I said it a couple weeks ago. I said, isn't that out of the realm of possibility Kings can make the NBA Finals? It's not. Like, the West is what the West.
Yeah.
There are teams that obviously you say, nah, they're better. Memphis is better, or the Nuggets are better. New Orleans, when everybody was there, they look better. But you mean to tell me, like,
the West is the NFC?
The West is the NFC. You mean to tell me, like, they're unbeatable? And I preface it by saying, if the Kings were in the East, like, no, you're not beating Boston in a 7-game series. You're not beating Milwaukee. Like, those teams are, in my opinion, true championship teams. They don't have those in the West. They don't have those in the West right now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that there is no true championship team, but like, getting all the way through all of that, like, again, the Kings just haven't been there. Like, we've even talked about like nationally televised games, right? They don't get nationally televised games. They haven't got nationally televised games. So these players have no idea what it is to sit there for like a 4.5 minute television break. And they got all this nervous energy and they're freaking out and stuff. They haven't even got to that point where they're actually getting recognition from the league. I mean, they had their one ESPN game just yanked from them because the Rockets are so bad. And what
they
would
put on a 30-point blowout instead?
Yeah, the
For the
NBA.
record.
Yeah, do you think that would help De'Aaron Fox's like search for an All-Star bid?
Yeah.
Heck yeah, it would have if people saw him blow up and or Domantas Sabonis. I mean, Domantas Sabonis can't break into the top 10 of the NBA voting. He puts up a near triple-double almost every single night.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are 8 games this season where he has 8 assists or more and doesn't get a triple-double. Already has the points and rebounds and doesn't get the triple-double. And then there's another game where he's had a double-double with assists and points, but fallen 1 rebound short. He could easily have 12 triple-doubles at this point. Not even like a stretch. He could easily have that. If Harrison Barnes doesn't miss a layup, and he got fouled, but missed the layup when he got fouled, Domantas Sabonis has his 4th triple-double. I mean, and those things do actually matter when you're talking about the ordinary fan looking at like what a player does in the NBA. You know, if the triple-double list is Jokic and Doncic and Sabonis, and it's really close to that still, but if he was way up there with them, it would mean a lot more.
Oh, okay. Good to know we love triple doubles again. That's very nice. We'll come back. We'll talk with James Ham because you mentioned Kevin Huerter. Obviously, got questions about him and his availability tonight. So we'll talk about that, and if he's not available, what that means for Terrence Davis and the Sacramento Kings tonight and moving forward. And we'll do that when we return here with James Ham on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That's good stuff.
So
man. That stuff on Mike Brown was really, really good.
This
really
is
good.
funny because
can we clip that? Can that be the clip, Jesse? Jesse? Okay, never mind. I guess fuck me. That's fine. That's fine. Yes. Can we clip James talking about Mike Brown? I thought that was really good.
I was just about to talk about like
just the Mike Brown thing in general. Sorry, go ahead, Casey.
I was gonna say earlier I talked about how like I didn't like the way LeBron was looking last night. Looked old and slow. He still had a great game. He had 24, 16, and 9. But I was like, are they gonna wear down LeBron? And I hadn't looked at this before, but this just came up. LeBron's last 5 games: 47, 10, and 9, 43, 11, and 6, 25, 7, and 10. 37, 8, and 7, and then last night 24, 16, and 9. So I guess last night was the only night he looked a little lethargic because I guess he's just been killing.
Best player that's ever lived.
He said it. He said it.
I'm not gonna. I shouldn't even tell you what to do. Do whatever you want. Like I just thought the clip with whichever you want. If you were even looking for a clip, if you weren't looking for one, then it's fine. Did we ever hear from Sheena?
No.
Man, too many likes. Damn it.
No, just tweeting away.
I love my man is all over the place from the Kings post game. That video's everywhere.
Who?
My guy.
What was he?
You ain't seen this guy yet?
No.
This was the Kings put this out. This was the post game show. He just the Kings were like, we need to get this guy out at every game. Something about a TV camera that makes people act wild.
Oh, they be wilding out. Wilding out. Oh, my bad, Shy. It is it's a starter jacket. Starter. Wow. I didn't see this. It's a good look. Forbes named Sacramento best place to live in California.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Forbes, huh?
Hey, who wrote
I'll
that?
check it.
Sacramento is the best place to live, though. For
I
real.
was just about to say, this is a pretty nice place to live, man.
Yeah, like I don't want to move out.
Like all things, pound for pound, Sacramento might be number one.
I got a weird question.
Stephen Brown hates Sacramento.
I was born here.
I said I have a weird question. I'm just going to let it linger.
I was about to say, I was waiting for it.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ride even harder for him. Jeez.
He's killing it. California's capital city is family friendly, has ample educational opportunities, and offers a reasonable cost of living. Its unemployment rate is among the lowest in the state, as government, healthcare, and technology are core industries. Sacramento is also an excellent gateway to the splendors of temperate Northern California, while also being 2 hours from San Francisco. For local leisure activities, there are several professional sports teams, a 32-mile bike trail, breweries, and coffee shops.
I'll take it.
Need to add the beam in there.
And the beam.
That's what's going to get everybody here.
The beam can't like go anywhere now, like, right? It has to be a fixture. It's got to
forever.
Yeah, it's got to be around.
Did you see was it a haiku by Vivek that he put on Instagram? I was just
missed
Brett
this.
Huff put something up, and
Uncle V,
I'm not sure what it was.
Hi.
What's Uncle V talking
I don't know. It's the go home stretch here on this Friday. Reminder, got a 3-day weekend coming up as we'll be celebrating Dr. King on Monday. So we will be back with you on Tuesday at noon. Of course, they'll be celebrating Dr. King and HBCUs tonight at the Golden One Center.
Let's go.
That means you can go say hi to Kenny because he's going to be there. Let me tell you this. Kenny wasn't going to be at the game on Monday. He wasn't going to be at the game on Tuesday. But Kendra Montgomery Block sent us a text on Wednesday. All of a sudden, plans changed, pal.
Hey, man, she called for us. She said, we need you here. This is what we're doing.
It's very literally our night at the Golden One Center. Speaking of, is it Kevin Huerter's night at the Golden One Center? I saw you post
good job by you.
A video of him.
Yeah, nice segue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very, very much.
Smooth. Yeah, okay. So Huerter was at shoot around this morning. He's been sick the last 2 days with an undisclosed illness.
That's not COVID.
That's non-COVID related. He was on the practice court. He was getting shots up with his friends. And then afterwards, they're running him really hard up and down the court, trying to get him to hit 10 threes between, each end. Like he'd run down, they'd serve him a ball, he'd shoot a 3, sprint to the other end. I think they were testing his physical fitness level.
Yeah.
I'm going to say there's a possibility he plays, but he also had not been in the gym the previous 2 days at all. So he literally was gone sick. And so there's a possibility he plays. But lastly, I'll point out that he was wearing the gray jerseys of the second team, not the black jerseys of the first team. Who wasn't working.
Kevin Huerter's been benched. You heard it. Tweet it. James
he has not been benched, but what they're probably going to make sure that he's okay. Especially with, some travel coming up and everything else. You don't want him to have a setback. I wouldn't be shocked if he plays, but I also wouldn't be totally surprised if they take it easy for one more day.
Yeah. There's got to be some thinking, and I don't like doing this, but there's got to be some thinking that we just beat Houston on Wednesday without him. Again, I'm not. I get if he's healthy, he's healthy. Yeah. But if conditioning is a factor, or if he's not quite there yet, maybe err on the side of caution with the Spurs coming up on Sunday and then the Lakers on Wednesday on the road.
Hearing James break it all down, I'd be surprised. I would be surprised if he played. I mean, if he hadn't when you say he just stepped into the gym today?
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is first day. I mean, but when was it? We saw him Monday night. When was
Orlando?
Yeah, that was Orlando, and then we didn't see him. So it might have been 3 days. He hasn't been there. But when we last saw him, he was wearing the pink sweater that we lovingly joked about with his complexion and hair color. That us gingers should not be wearing pink sweaters.
Kuzma style pink sweater?
No, it wasn't one of those.
No, it was
it's more of a James Ham style.
It was a hot pink.
It had
Yeah.
I noticed that. I think it was your video. I think you posted a video.
I posted a video, and when he went to pull it out of the locker and put it on, I was like, that is bold.
Did you talk to him about it? Did you pull him aside and say,
bold move, Cotton? Yeah.
It's bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off for you.
Yeah.
How do you think Terrence did?
I thought he struggled.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, he was so hopped up. Like, that's the problem. He gets so excited to be in there. And I feel for him.
I feel like he brought that same energy, though, in the few minutes he played against Orlando. Like, he got the call in I don't know if it's like 4 minutes. It wasn't a lot.
Yeah.
But he was all over the place.
I thought he played his butt off on Saturday. Like he was working. Maybe it didn't result in made buckets, or maybe he missed an assignment. But I thought he was.
Yeah, he definitely missed some
playing
assignments.
hard.
But I feel like I feel like Terrence is you almost have to let him miss one, correct it, and then I feel like he's good from there. I thought I didn't think he was great. I didn't think he was bad.
A lot of times, if he misses his first shot, not
that again.
You're in for it.
Oh man!
But I also say this, like,
buddy healed virus crap.
But the other problem he had is, like, right in the first quarter, he did the out of bounds turnover where he stepped in. I don't know if you guys even saw that or if the telecast caught it. He went to inbounds the ball, but didn't get fully out of bounds and threw the ball to Fox. And as soon as Fox touched it, they called the turnover on the Kings on an inbounds on an alpha made basket. And so,
do you know how many times that happens and doesn't get called? Chemezi did it, and I saw it. I saw Chemezi do it. They just didn't call it.
Yeah, that one was so obvious. Like, he was half inbounds, foot on the line, but he was too hopped up. And so you hope that he settles in a little bit, because when he does settle in, man, he can be really exciting. He's a fun player to watch. He makes mistakes, but it's kind of like, we do, but it's kind of like Kevin Porter, right? Kevin Porter's fun to watch, but man, does he make some crazy mistakes.
That's a wild child right there.
Yeah, he is wild. He's all over the place, but that's, if TD played 30-something minutes a night, like Kevin Porter gets that opportunity, then maybe he could play through some of that stuff and start to calm down and start to figure it out. But that's just not who he is on this team, and he's had a difficult time staying in the rotation.
I look at tonight, and I think Keegan Murray talked about it. Will Z had up a stat about it, playing the team a second time. I think Keegan Murray's was specific to like these series, these little mini series. And he's like, we played Denver twice, and we won the second game, or whatever the case may be. I got a feeling that the Kings kind of handle business tonight. I know traditionally we look at a situation like this and you're like, second game, it's always tough. Houston's going to be ready to go, whatever. I think it's going to be the exact opposite tonight. I think the Kings are going to play a lot better from the start on both sides of the ball and win this one rather easily.
Yeah, I mean, you would hope so. I'll say this, so not to completely dump on Kevin Porter. I think that team is better when he's not playing major minutes, and he's not going to play tonight because he got injured. Okay. In the game right away. And I think that's why they were so close. He's a young player that you're allowing to learn through mistakes and play through mistakes and all that stuff. And he makes a ton of them. And it's not just like on the offensive end. It's not just flinging the ball 8 rows deep. Somebody who was it that sent the ball?
Ish Smith.
Oh man.
Well, no, but someone did it in the Rockets game.
The Rockets game too?
Yeah, in the Rockets game.
I missed that one.
They sent one deep.
Because he's clumsy.
He would like thug life, man. That foul on Keegan Murray was like that was violence.
What? Garrison was hanging out with Trysta, I think, on Sunday. I don't know.
That was like,
He's
like total
yeah,
violence. Like,
yeah, that foul on that was tough.
What are you doing? Like
Yeah.
you're gonna hurt somebody.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what was going on there.
And then had the nerve to look at flagrant.
Flagrant. Who, me? It must have been someone else.
Flagrant. Like he was really confused by it.
He's like, "Come on, man, come on."
Yeah,
what are we doing?
It was Jabari Smith Jr. who threw the ball like well over their bench and into the stands. Yeah, he's out there looking like Bambi. Yeah.
How's Bambi look?
He's just all legs and
Bambi
timid, has no idea.
Can't really stand up right.
Yeah, he's just all out there awkward and like
You
he's
don't
gonna be
remember that
good.
from
in
Bambi?
a year.
I mean, it's the story of like all deers or whatever when they're first born. They can't stand on their
I
feet.
can't even say with confidence I've seen Bambi the
But-
whole way through.
Well,
If I did, I was probably
don't
like
remember
4.
Yeah, I don't
It's your
remember.
standard Disney movie where
But-
they kill off the parent like the first.
Oh
minute and a
God!
half.
Isn't that the same one where they burn down the forest?
Oh yeah,
What
they
is-
they killed the mom early. It's like Dumbo. They killed them, like all of them. Like
Dumb
Disney's
boy.
dark, man.
it is
Disney's
dark.
crazy.
I mean, Cinderella has a stepmom. The mom, of course, died.
Mhm.
Like it's sort of their formula. Kill the mom in the first like 3 minutes and have it be a discovery. And I don't know.
They're good though. Disney's really good.
I don't know
They're
how
good.
we got here by me mentioning.
I know I need to rewatch
Bambi.
the Goofy movie. Ever since
I
watching
know,
it, man, I need to
right?
rewatch the Goofy movie. You ever seen the Goofy movie?
No, I don't think.
So, are you familiar with the show Atlanta?
No,
I haven't seen it. I've watched like an episode, but I haven't got through it.
it's really trippy, man.
Atlanta did a
I will watch it though.
They
'cause
did
I
a
Great
love-
show.
a phenomenal fictitious episode, but it was based around the Goofy movie, claiming it's the blackest movie ever made.
Blackest
Now-
movie Disney ever made.
Blackest movie Disney. Well, it's one of the greatest episodes of television you'll ever see. It's phenomenal, but I have to go see
So,
I have to go rewatch the Goofy
The funny
movie
thing
now.
about that is they based that, they made an episode off a theory that was already out there.
An
Like I had
internet
heard,
idea,
I had
yeah.
heard that before, and they created a whole story about how that actually happened. It was some great TV. It really was.
Yeah. It goes back to the strange, like Pluto's a dog. So what is Goofy?
That's a good question.
Yeah, because I think you think Goofy's a dog, but then Pluto is Mickey Mouse's dog, and they're in the same movies together. So what
question.
is Goofy?
Uh-huh.
Huh.
Like,
Uh-huh.
not quite sure.
Oh,
Maybe someone in the chatty house has the answer to this.
It's pretty scandalous.
Scandalous.
Scandalous stuff.
shout out to Disney.
Don't know how to segue here. Anybody got any ideas? You know what would be goofy, James?
Well, no. Well, we think Malik Monk is a shooting guard. So what is De'Aaron Fox?
Not nearly as smooth
man.
a segue as one of Damien's,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Didn't quite have that one ready. Wasn't prepared. Wasn't prepared for the Disney talk.
That's hilarious.
Chimezie Metu's resurgence is taking place this week as well. The bench seems to have found a good little groove. Mike will never say this in his pregame press conference that you're going to head to here in about 15 minutes, but his expectation is for this team to win tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this team is always take it one win at a time, one game at a time, focus 100% on one game. And, I think that they're totally locked in on the one game, and they know that they have an opportunity here against Houston. But then again, you take it one game at a time, and you got San Antonio. You take it one game at a time, you got the Lakers, who are still beat up. You take it one game at a time, you got OKC. Next thing you know, if you can stay in the moment, you're 8 games over 500, and you're the
That's
talk of the
crazy.
league,
Yeah.
and you might get 2 All-Stars.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where we're at. I mean, they have an opportunity here to make some major push right now. And we talked about it before, but this is that moment, like don't let off, don't have another slip up. Take each game and each opponent seriously. They're all NBA players for a reason, and you need to respect that and go out there and play your game and, and knock off some some bad teams.
Yeah.
I had a question for you, James, and this may be a little bit of a downer, but I'm not trying to be a downer.
Oh, wow.
It was kind of
Heel Kenny
reported.
Caraway.
This is something within our circles that we've kind of assumed maybe or known for a while, but it was finally reported the other day that Rashawn is available. Does that like change anything around there, or is this just like it's been reported, so now maybe nationally people know, but it's the same discussions that's been going on for a while?
Yeah, no, I mean, I've said it for a while. Like, Rashawn Holmes is available. Like, that's the Kings. Like, from my conversations within the walls, there is a deep concern about like upsetting the apple cart if you were to trade Harrison Barnes, just because of what he means to the franchise, what he means to the locker room, and how fragile chemistry.
Also, he's good
and all that stuff, and he's playing really well.
I wouldn't.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I told you guys this. This was we just talked about this on the podcast. This was the worst case scenario. I told you guys this before the season started. I said this is the worst case scenario. That this team is good, and you can't trade Harrison Barnes because you're playing too well and you're worried about it, what it would do to the chemistry of the team. And if you can't trade him now and you lose him for nothing, it's a disaster because you don't have the raw cap space to go sign another Harrison Barnes, or for that matter, raw cap space or the assets to go replace him, or the history of being able to get a player as good as Harrison Barnes in free agency.
How do you not have the raw cap space?
Well,
with Harrison dropping off, Terrence Davis expiring.
Yeah, you do have a bunch. Yeah, you got Trey Lyles is expiring, Alex Lynn.
This sounds like a whole other host of problems. By the way, we're talking about Terrence Davis expiring. Terrence Davis, one thing. Trey Lyles has been really good for this team this year, too.
Yeah. So my point though is that look, it's going to be very difficult to find a player of that value, and if you can't retain him, or you can't get something for him on the way out the door, as far as like a sign and trade. Which who knows if you can get a sign and trade done with him. The sign and trades have kind of gone the way.
Hard.
They've kind of disappeared at this point. It becomes like the worst case scenario. Now, when it comes to Holmes, like weeks ago, Holmes has been available. Holmes is available, and that shouldn't feel bad for him, and it shouldn't feel bad for anyone involved. It's the best thing for everyone. Like at this point, he needs to sort of reset himself. And he's still got, 2.5 years left on a contract, which of course the Kings wouldn't be in love with paying out, they're going to have to keep paying him. And he's got a player option for the fourth year at like 12, well, maybe it's 13 million. There's no way he's not picking that up. I mean, he's not walking away from that kind of money to go make $1 million or $2 million somewhere else on a minimum scale deal and trying to rebuild his stuff at like 31, 32 years old. So, if the Kings can find a home for him, then it would make sense. But, you're not going to take on a bunch of bad contracts. You're not going to limit your ability to do certain things, and you're going to do what you got to do. You're going to do what's right for you as a franchise, and hopefully the player as well. But the first goal is to do what's right for you as a franchise.
Yeah.
Just resign him. Easy. Problem solved. Rashawn, come on, man. Or Harrison, Rashawn, not Rashawn.
Yeah, definitely.
Rashawn, we're gonna find a home for you.
We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out.
Just resign Harrison.
That's
the thing. Because you said this several times. Worst case scenario, it's literally what's facing the Kings right now with Harrison Barnes. But it feels like now that we're in the moment versus hypothesizing, over the summer. Now that we're in the moment, to me, it feels easy. Okay, if he leaves, he leaves. You don't make the switch now unless you're confident. It has to be that De'Aaron Domas conversation we were talking about the other day. Man, God, I can't believe Harrison's gone. But we got ... It has to be that. And otherwise, you deal with the offseason in the offseason. Harrison is he's too valuable.
Yeah, and I mean the Kings still have salary cap flexibility. They still have the ability to go out and get a player. I was even just hypothetically, not that I think that it would happen, but let's say that they decided that John Collins was an interesting player for them right now, not as a replacement for Harrison, not as a replacement for Keegan Murray, but as someone that you could go out and make a move without touching that group. So like Rashawn Holmes, because again, you're taking on a player with $100 million. They have to take back some salary. So if you look at Rashawn Holmes,
not only are you taking back that player, you're taking back a player they clearly don't want, and they never did.
Yeah. But
you're helping them out.
But you could do the deal. He only makes $23.5 million this year. You only have to be within 20% of that. So you could do a deal for whether it's Davion or Rashawn Holmes with Alex Len and Terrence Davis, or with Davion Mitchell. And then of course you're going to have to, work with picks. So is it possible that they would accept the pick you already owe them and strip down with zero, restrictions and just give up 2024 pick and then maybe something else on top of that? I don't know. What it will take, but it's a lot of money to absorb. But again, now your 3 forward rotation is John Collins, Harrison Barnes, and Keegan Murray.
In what order?
Does it matter? I don't think it does.
Probably to them. Yeah. I mean, Harrison isn't moving, so
but Keegan's a rookie. So I mean,
I was about to say, I think Collins will probably start.
Yeah, and Keegan played the 3 and the 4, so he's probably the most versatile. Well, he's more versatile than Collins to play the 3 and the 4. But those are like, if you're going to do something like that, now you're locking in your cap space long term. But if you lose Harrison Barnes, at least you still have a buffer to do something. I just don't know.
The other thing with Harrison, in worst case scenario, he leaves, you didn't trade for him or trade, to get anything for him. I think this summer, Sacramento would be a little better. I'm not saying they get Giannis, but it'd be a little more appealing to people than it was 12 months ago.
Giannis want to see the beam up close in person.
That's true.
Might be
true. He got California ties, but you can go. Yeah, his fiance is from Fresno.
Oh, that's right.
But yeah, maybe you be in the running for. He's not a free agent, but like Jay Crowder or PJ Washington or something like that. Like, whereas 12 months ago, I'm going to Sacramento, you guys haven't done anything in a minute. So,
every GM always thinks they'll be the guy that can turn it around and you'll be able to get somebody. And I'll tell you, the best free agent to ever sign in Sacramento ever is Vlade Divac. Ever.
Sure.
And then we start to get to who's the second best and who's the third best. And the second best might be like
Malik Monk.
It might be right there. It might be George Hill during that when he signed, but he didn't work out. But when he signed, he's coming off 17 points a game.
I'm going Malik over George Hill. Yeah. We're out of here. Real quick. You got the 49ers tomorrow, Hammer?
I do.
All right. Appreciate you guys so much for being with us. Reminder, we will see you here Tuesday at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader. Have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend. Drink responsibly. And we'll see you here Tuesday on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings, go Niners. Let's go.
Time for the weekend.
For some of us, we got to work.
Boom. Publishing the podcast now.
Boom.
Everybody go listen to the Kings Beat.
Yep.
There we
got
go.
something to listen to at 4:00.
Go listen to the Kings Beat.
Kings Beat, baby.
Yeah, we already got people listening to it. That's good. Sorry, Chatty House, I wasn't paying much attention to you guys today. So 70% of Collins' shots are catch and shoot. He's not creating nothing for himself, which Barnes doesn't. His team needs. Barnes is $5 million cheaper to and have another 70. Yeah, Jumbo, all that's true. John Collins is also 4 years younger than De'Aaron Fox. Than Harrison Barnes. So I don't totally disagree with you, but like it's kind of like taking on the Harrison Barnes situation. If you're the Kings, you're looking for another Harrison Barnes situation, like where they were able to get Harrison Barnes for Justin Jackson and the dead contract of Zebo. That's all you paid for Harrison Barnes. Again, you're looking for a team who's looking to dump salary. And that's, for me, I don't know if you guys read. Everyone out there should go read the Sam Amick's piece on The Athletic about the chaos that the Atlanta Hawks have become.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
absolutely stunning.
I haven't read it yet, but I heard some people talking about it. Jeez.
It's wild. Like they were in town, and it was like I met like most of their front office, and one of them I know. Like
Is it like
he worked with me at NBC Sports Bay Area. Yeah.
Oh, is it one of those situations where it's like the front office is crazy, or is it maybe player influence craziness?
You know, they made a bunch of mistakes, and then they tried to get out of the mistakes, and that didn't work. Like even like the Huerter situation. Like, why would you give up Huerter for expiring contracts and a future pick? And again, this is where the Kings, like, could you help yourself twice in one deal where you freed up money? You know, I mean, you clear up, you lock in a long-term situation with a player who may or may not fit exactly what you want to do. Like, I'll tell you, John Collins is exactly what the Sacramento Kings hoped that Marvin Bagley would become. Right? He's that running mate, the guy that can get out and sprint, the guy who can hit the three, who can space the floor, he can play in the pick and roll, all that stuff. Yeah. He's never played with a passing big either. Right. And we've seen what that meant for Huerter. Like I think, and he's a good rebounder. Like he was 20 and 10 like 3 years ago, and he's only 25 years old.
I always liked John Collins.
He doesn't play enough games. That's a problem.
Always been a fan.
Johnny G, we just dropped the pod. It just went up. Yeah, people are like, a lot of people are really in on Cam Reddish. Like, I'm okay if you sign Cam Reddish on a minimum deal this summer, but like, I'm not giving anything up for Cam Reddish at this point. Like we keep talking about, if you're going to bring in a player, he has to be better than what you already have. And you can kind of put Cam, like, is he better than KZ Okpala? Maybe by a smidge, but do we know that for sure? I'm not sure.
Shut up, KZ.
I don't know. Plus, the other thing, if you want to go chase John Collins, you pull Kevin Huerter aside and you say, let's have a heart-to-heart. Give me everything you got on this kid.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
And don't sugarcoat it. You know, be real. Put on your pink sweater and be real with us. We are still live. You guys know that.
We're live, pal. And we'll turn it off now because we got more work to do. Appreciate you guys, man. Have a great weekend. Thanks for another strong week, strong showing. Go check out the Kings Beat Pod. And we'll see you guys on Tuesday.